Figure it out.
All right, I'll undeafen here. What do you guys think we do? Do I go to the 6-person screen and hope it's...
I would just swap to the 6-person screen.
Yeah.
And then like swap it around if we need to.
Want to see some fun? So I'm still me. Gypsy's still him. But and Hanzo's still Hanzo. But now Soko's DM. Dutch is Octanus. James is Nakul. And Koiba's Narunk. Let's go.
I mean, you can literally swap them around.
Yeah.
So you could drag James and Koiba. And then
no, we should just play as who we are. Soko should DM this.
All right, so I got the session ready.
Absolutely.
Actually, this works because Koiba.
No.
Yeah, this can actually work.
No.
I mean, Soko, I might have to retcon some things that were done at the end.
Oh, if there is a way I could just like unlock. If there's an unlock all button
this episode
in this, that would be fucking lit.
Soko DMing would probably mean the end of my life, so let's just not do that.
Well, do you guys have announcements to do while I fuck shit up?
Actually, we have a little bit of a group announcement, I think, because I think we've decided that Dungeon Select's going to be moved to my channel.
Is that the thing?
Kind of. That's the thing.
I love how you're saying that like very iffily.
Yeah, because I know Laura was like, yeah, I wouldn't mind, and I feel like Laura was.
Well, I said I'm fine either way, because the greedy, selfish side of me would love to keep it on my channel just for traffic to my own Twitch channel. But I have no other good motivation other than that, and it would be nice to not have to deal with cam to chicks. I feel like it makes me extra snippy and irrationally angry every time I have to fix all this shit.
Yeah, plus it makes it a little easier for me as a DM to kind of do some stuff as well. Like for instance, when I'm like, hey, people mute, but oh, Laura, wait, take off your headset. You know, it's just a little.
Yeah.
So starting next week, Dungeon Select will be on my channel as opposed to Laura's channel. It was planned to be on my channel from the beginning, but then my internet was all shitty and my stream would like die like 3 times in an hour. It was not a good time.
Those were the days, dude.
Yeah, man. Remember when I had I still have that like timer.
That message still pops up. Yeah.
So I feel like the moment I delete that like bot timer that announces like, hey, if Dutch disappears, it's internet. Like the moment I delete that timer, it's gonna happen again. You know?
It's gonna happen, dude.
So it's a little bit of a.
Where's Dookie?
So that will be from next week. Yeah. I'm gonna be looking into seeing if I can like put our campaign in D&D Beyond, and then we can use the D&D Beyond extension on stream. So if you guys like, for instance, click a button on the stream, you will get like character stats and all that shit. So that's gonna be fun. A little more interaction with that as well. Like so that if a viewer is just like, instead of having to like ask, they can just be like, oh, clickety click on the video player and get a bunch of information.
So yeah, from next week onward, then Sassy, it'll be on that Dutch Geeks channel. Yes. And I can tell you what commands I have bot-wise that might be useful for you.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Other than that, I don't really have any announcements. So anyone else has anything
I
to
quit
say?
streaming.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Big.
Man, I felt so bad because we had like this heart-to-heart at like TwitchCon. We're like, yeah, man,
I know.
Hanzo, fuck yeah, dude, let's get back into it. And now you're just like, nah.
I mean, he was kind of feeling like he didn't want to, anyways.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
And like Dutch, you can always come back. So if he decides, like Hanzo, if you decide you take your break and then like months down the line you're like, you know what, I miss it, I think I'm ready. It's not like Twitch is going anywhere. So
true.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be gone like a month.
Fuck up, Soko.
They just announced
because your channel's dying a month from now doesn't mean everyone's is.
You want to talk about dying channels? We're talking about yours, huh, bud?
It's really hard for sites like Twitch or like YouTube to ever lose their monopolies because of the trouble of like, if a competitor pops up, they have to not only convince creators to go over, but also their audience. Because if a creator moves over, their audience will be like, I'm not following just for one person. And you can't convince the audience to move over without the create. Like, it's super hard. You've got to try to convince them to move over.
It's like when
thoughts on D-Live,
when Mixer, like,
that's a whole conversation for a whole other time.
Yeah, Mixer basically approached a bunch of people like, hey, you can get partnered on much easier than Twitch if you move over. And a few of my friends moved over to Mixer. And
it's a catch-22 where it's like the creator don't want to move over because their audience isn't there, and the audience don't want to move over because the creators aren't there.
Yeah. So it's been, if there's no more announcements.
Well, one more. The new episode isn't up yet, but there will be a new episode very soon of mine and Hanzo's podcast that y'all should listen to, because we're doing a really interesting kind of like mini series within the podcast right now, focusing on one wrestler and his impact on the genre and a feud he's done as well. So it's kind of cool. Excuse me?
Yeah, definitely. We actually considered.
Speaking.
We couldn't find the time to do it, but we were actually considering doing like an April Fool's episode where we'd watch just a dumb match, and I was considering the WLC.
Watch WLC, yeah.
The WLC
That's like,
is so good.
honestly,
Can
one
we
of the
have a
best wrestling
spin-off,
matches
like,
I've ever seen.
Can we have a spin-off series where Laura and Hanzo watch Rough and Rowdy together?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
But
No.
WLC, for those who don't know it, it was a match in WWE where they got a bunch of midget, like small people, to have a tables ladders chair match. But they went all in on it and actually like got miniature tables, miniature ladders, and miniature chairs.
That's amazing.
So good.
What
That's
the
hilarious.
fuck? Oh, that's
I wanna go watch this
the
now.
PC terminology is little people.
Yeah.
What is
I have
this?
no idea. That's what I said.
Wrestling
I have no
Throw me
idea
a
what the
link.
current. I have no idea what the term is this week. You know what I mean? Like.
See, some people prefer little people and some people prefer dwarf because it is dwarfism.
Yeah,
But
right.
some people find dwarf offensive and
Have you never seen the TLC show, Little People, Big World?
Dude,
I
that's
No,
one of my
because I would
favorite
rather
TV
gouge out my
shows.
eyes.
I love
No,
that. What do
guys,
you mean?
right.
It was really
If
good.
you know someone who suffers from dwarfism, ask them what their preferred term is and use that.
But
There
yeah,
you
Or
go.
just play D&D with them. They play a dwarf. You can call them dwarf anyways.
So
That's a hack, dude.
Yeah,
for
dude,
those who
life
actually know
hacks.
anything about
That's a life hack.
So for those who actually know anything about wrestling, the sort of feud we're watching at the moment is Omega Okada, which is like two of the sort of best wrestlers in the world.
One's
who
Canadian.
Also have
Woo.
great chemistry together, just been inhuman.
And I've never been so afraid for the life of grown men as watching that match. I was like, one of you's gonna die. This is actually like terrifying because New Japan don't fucking
Yeah,
hold back.
there's a bit where they come off they both come off the top rope. James, it's a dragon suplex off the top rope, and they literally just both land on their heads.
And like set like
It's
like
ow.
millimeters away from their neck and like fucking.
Yeah,
up
but
them
did you
for
know that
life.
wrestling
Like,
is
oh my God.
fake?
Well, yeah.
Redneck anime.
All right. Now there we go. So yes, podcast guys, listen. TLDR. There we
I
go.
guess I have the minor announcement.
It's been a little while. Oh, you do? Jesus Christ.
I was just gonna announce, like, hey, the reason we're doing Saturday today Dungeon Select is because
Easter.
everyone has
Easter
plans,
Sunday
so,
tomorrow. Yeah.
so yeah, tomorrow sellouts will be on usual time, 3 p.m. UK.
You're lit. It's been a little while because TwitchCon.
Cause TwitchCon.
I missed you guys, apart from Sophie.
Yeah, it's been like just every time I
Fuck
have like
you,
a weekend
dickhead.
of no D&D, I'm like, man, this is like what happened, you know?
Killing
But
brain
last
today.
time, you guys traveled through Demigod Nightmares, got encountered figments
Easy.
of your own nightmares, some a little rougher than others, but you managed to get to the Iron Tower that stands in the center of the realm, home
Oh, balls.
to Dendar, the Night Serpent. You managed to get your way, to get inside of the tower, met a somewhat sane individual that has been there for a little while,
Somewhat.
and Tremaris found himself a blade sitting in a campfire, and you guys made your way upstairs, found Ryagal, Kisera Matcham's daughter, who seems to have been raised by Serana, who is a name that some people know, some people don't. And you managed to get out of the realm and face off with Ooleth and beat him. It was a very intense fight. Some people went down multiple times, but you fought through it, and you are now as outside where the villa was, because as you went outside, something or someone made the entire villa just disappear into the ground
And took
there's
a bunch
no
of our
people.
weapons and some really cool loot with it.
Yep.
I mean, they take all the
And
cool
we're gonna pick it up from there. It's currently time-wise around the end of the morning. 2 weeks after you step foot into the Demigod Nightmares.
both in and out of the game.
Just, let's take it away.
Yeah, actually 2 weeks though.
Actually, 2 weeks though as well. Yeah. Hey.
Weird how that worked out.
Mhm. So what do you guys do?
Nakul, you want to come run a couple errands with me? Need to grab some stuff before we grab some drinks.
Oh, I mean, is everyone going to be planning going to the tavern or Kisron? Do you want to sort out your or go back, don't we? Go back to claim our reward in it.
I think I don't know about you guys. I need to make sure this one gestures at Ryagal gets home first, and then I can meet up with you guys after.
I can find my way home myself. Like, you don't have to. As you've seen, I can handle myself quite well.
She's also welcome to join us for drinks. She did do quite fine in the fight.
Do you make a common practice of drinking with teenagers, Naronk?
I mean, she's like, what, late teens, so she's probably drinking age.
Either way, I
don't drink. Thank you for the invite.
What's the drinking age in World?
That's a good question.
16?
12.
Not
12.
Not relevant. Whoa.
There isn't one.
Well, surely that's hella relevant for like world building.
Not really, dude.
How
Yeah, but also
tall
most-
roughly is Ryagal?
Opens character sheet.
Also, watch
Scrolls
her be
backstory.
like taller than me, and I'm just like, fuck my life.
Usually in like fantasy world players, they don't really have a national
No,
law
yeah, it's like it's just
regarding
a
stuff
thing,
like that.
Yeah.
No, it's just whether or not you want to bribe the dude.
What?
Or you just don't get asked.
Okay, whatever. She is 5'9".
She's taller than me by like 5 inches. Oh my god.
So, I guess after
Fucking-
she says that she can walk home, Matrim puts his hand on her shoulder and in Primordial says, I think it would be best if you let this fire one and that water one take you home.
Y'all want to use some English?
Check.
Common.
Pardon?
Common.
I literally didn't hear you again.
Yeah, because people are being
Sorry.
people. Roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
Sorry.
14.
I suppose you can tag along. Don't try anything funny though.
And then I guess he'll motion to Kassarin with a head nod and I guess ask her to lead the way.
And as he does that, I'll nod back and put on my hat of disguise again and be Julia, since we're gonna walk through a very bit dangerous city.
Matrim's just gonna put his hood up. He's not gonna use the hat of disguise.
Yeah, Ryagal doesn't really care, so she's just gonna remain, herself as she
Like, she doesn't need to.
kind of starts heading off and is just like not really waiting for you to follow. She's just kind of going. So you put your hat of disguise on, Kassarin?
Yeah, Julia again. Which again, reminder, I haven't drastically changed my appearance. It still looks like Kassarin, same height. All I've done is my skin goes from blue to like Laura's skin tone, and her hair goes from dark green to black, and her eyes kind of get a bit smaller because Ganassi have larger eyes than most people. So, just a humanized version of what she normally would look like.
Well, I'm so glad that they told us what they're doing.
Well, then, yeah, Naronk, I guess I can help you with whatever you need some hands with.
Alrighty then. I guess we'll catch up with the rest of you at the tavern then.
Would
You two
anyone
private time? Go for it.
Would anyone be willing to accompany me to the magic shop?
I'll come with you.
Split the party.
Actanis, I'm assuming.
Octana's
going
kind
to
of just tags
tavern?
along.
She'll follow,
Tavern,
yeah.
Alright. So Aberan, Nectanus is mosey on over towards the Hog's Belly, I presume, the one that you've.
No, they're going with Tramaris, remember?
I'm going with Tramaris.
Oh shit! Then I suppose Nectanus will just tag along with you guys. Yeah, sure. Alright. So first off, Nakul and Naronk, what are you guys doing?
I want to look for the hat shop since I heard that they wanted to go to the magic shop, and I'll go there after they're gone.
Okay, so you're going to look for a shop that sells hats.
Sells hats, yes.
Where are you in the city? Are you going to look for that?
Well, having been from this town, I would head towards the marketing district.
Okay.
It's called the market district, right? Yeah.
The bazaar, but yeah.
Bazaar. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's where I'll head.
Okay. So you guys are you guys like trying to like wait for the other guys heading in that direction to kind of disappear out of sight before you go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like lollygagging a little bit, you know.
Yeah, just
Okay.
like, oh,
Fair
that's
enough.
nice.
So yeah, you just wait. You just sit back and wait, and you just see Tremaris and company like just kind of disappear from sight, and that's when you guys decide to go as well. All right. So you guys are now walking towards the bazaar. Would make more sense to then head on with Tremaris, Abran, and Octanus first because they get there first. So what are you guys doing?
Following Tremaris.
I don't have a plan. I just want to browse the magic shop and see if anything is interesting.
Okay. Yeah. So you just head on into the Arcana Emporium. Once you get there, are you just gonna wait for someone to like come help you, or are you just gonna walk in
just browse.
Okay.
Literally just browse.
Okay. Roll. Just roll an investigation check.
Okay. Yeah. That's not good. 10.
Okay. As you look around, you see, you just kind of like walk past the aisles, and you see some signs that kind of differentiate them. There's one sign that says that aisle is for potions, trinkets, odds and ends, and that sort of stuff. And then there's an aisle dedicated to robes, leather, garbs, all that sort of stuff. And then there's an area that's guarded a little more.
Mm-hmm.
That's where most of like the weapons, the heavier armors, magical artifacts of the sorts are kind of being put.
Is there any magical leather armor that happens to be in my price range? Asking for a friend.
Then, so okay, you go down the aisle, the more leathery stuff. Roll another investigation check.
Oh, that's better. 19.
Okay. Leathery armor, not per se. A lot of it have like tags on them, which kind of like low-key, like gives a brief explanation of what it does. A lot of the leather stuff is built more towards the sneakier, stealthy types. Not really. There is one thing that kind of catches your eye, and it's a purple hood with like a set-in brown leather mask. That kind of catches your eye.
Oh boy.
How much is it? Does it have a price on it?
It does. And it says that the base price for this item is 1,000 gold pieces.
Okay then. Ben, I would like to go visit an armorer's instead.
Oh.
Okay.
While we're in the magic shop,
Yeah.
I would like to look and see if I find anywhere that seems to have like a stockpile of magical components, or if I would need to talk to someone about that.
Yeah, as you kind of enter with Tremaris, and he kind of is looking around, points out the different like signs. There's an aisle that is dedicated to potions and components and the sorts.
Okay. I'm gonna go down it looking for a diamond.
A diamond. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. You get to the like the components aisle, and then you see there's a small glass cabinet with several locks on it that seems to have a variety of different gems.
Okay.
Among which also a handful of diamonds.
Are any of them prized?
None of the items in the glass cabinet have price tags, so you would probably have to go and see someone.
Okay, I will find someone to talk to.
Okay. The first person you see is a shorter human wearing like black robes with green finishes. It's the first person you see that seems to work in the shop.
Just walk towards him.
Okay. Can I help you?
I'm looking to purchase a diamond, specifically of one high enough quality for spellcasting.
Right. We have a couple of different sizes of diamonds set up in the component aisle. If you would follow me. And he
Follow.
leads the way. What size does this diamond need to be approximately?
Roughly to the value of 300 gold pieces.
300 gold pieces. And he kind of like looks out through the glass, whips out a key ring with 5 keys on it, and there you see now there's 5 locks on the glass cabinet, and he unlocks them all, opens it up. Seems that we have 2 diamonds that fit in that category.
And how much would you charge for those?
Well, given that we also need to make a little bit of a profit, 350 gold each.
Do I have anything for... I don't even have anything I can sell.
How much
Alright.
are you short?
I'm not sure, I just don't want to spend all my money. Because it's not even for me!
Because he gave too many away.
Because I didn't steal it from the party.
I didn't either.
Bomb, bomb, bomb.
I'll pull out 35 platinum.
Okay.
Hand it
So
to him.
just the one?
Just the one.
Alright. He takes the platinum, puts it in his, like you see it kind of disappear into his robes, and he hands you 1 diamond.
Oh, dude, I'm way richer than I thought I was.
Yeah.
I was thinking, for some reason, I saw like 100 gold and then 40 platinum, and I was like, I've got 140 gold.
No.
I don't. My
You
brain
have
is-
500 gold, yeah.
I'm there saying have a wisdom bonus, then like just go full.
You wouldn't happen to have a leather pouch or something that I could put this in, maybe?
Oh yes, of course. And he just like whips one like out of his back pocket and hands it to you.
Okay, so I'm gonna take that. You know what? I'll do it when we're back at. I'll do it when we're back at the tavern. I'll put that in my coin purse for now.
Is there anything else I can help you with today?
That's fine, thank you. You've been more than helpful.
Thank you for your business.
I'm sure I will see you again soon.
Most likely. Yes. All right.
And I'll follow out big Furbolg man Tremaris.
I think Tremaris is still kind of perusing.
I'll follow and peruse.
I was gonna
big
say
Furbolg.
I wanna head to an armorer's.
What do you mean? Like just an armorer in the city, or like at the armor section in this shop?
No, like armorers in the city.
Okay. So yeah, as you guys leave, it's not hard. You immediately like spot across the way a tan-skinned individual just clanking down on an anvil.
Hello, my good sir. I was just wondering if you, by any chance, sell any studded leather.
Studded leather. We may have a couple of sets of leather. We mainly produce chainmail, plate mail, and the sorts, but we sometimes get people that sell their leather armor to us. So if you wouldn't mind second-hand studded leather, then
I do not mind.
it will be a little cheaper than the normal studded leather set, of course. Just normal studded leather armor?
Yes, please.
Alright, and he goes out back and quickly looks around. And you can see him kind of like through, he goes back through a door, and you can kind of see like the door is like slightly ajar. You can see through him as he's like going through several sets of studded leather, trying to look at the one that looks the least like banged up. But eventually he comes back with a set of solid leather armor that seems in an alright shape. This will run you for approximately, because it's secondhand, 30 gold pieces.
And I'll hand him 30 gold pieces.
Pleasure doing business, and he hands you the studded leather.
Thank you very much, sir.
What about you, big man? You need anything today?
There's a furbolg next to me.
You're also pretty big.
Yeah, but he's like 7 foot.
No,
That doesn't make.
He's trying to make you feel better by, appealing to your
Man, I wish
masculinity.
one day my
Your
players would not
hench.
second guess anything I say. Holy fuck.
Just out of interest, if I wished to have my shield reinforced to a greater strength, how much would that cost me?
I assume it's the shield that you're carrying with you right now. It's quite a big shield. It seems that there is quite some fine decorations on the shield as well. Luckily I'm not super busy right now, so it would take me approximately a handful of days, and the price can be discussed, I suppose.
Or would be a ballpark range?
I'm thinking because of the amount of time it will take me, man hours and all of that, I would probably also have to put in some of my, new materials. Let's see. I'd say anywhere between 500 and 700 gold pieces, depending on how long I end up having to work on it.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm not sure if we intend to stay in the city, so I may return at some point and take you up on that offer.
Alright. Have a good
So
day.
now I have an out of character question.
Mhm.
Am I able to wear studded leather armor underneath my robes?
Your robes also upped your AC, did they not?
Yes.
What's your AC now?
13.
That's the
So
same
the
as
Studded leather
isn't it?
armor would increase. No, if I could wear both, because the robes only get the AC from magic, they're not actually armor. And I don't see any physical reason why you couldn't wear armor under robes, since robes are super loose fitting. It'd raise my AC to 15.
I'd say you'd be able to, yeah.
Awesome. Because now that I'm a warlock,
it.
I'm, proficient in light armor, so there's no reason not to wear it.
Pog.
Top
Well,
tier.
yeah, I'd say you were able to. I don't see why not.
And now that I have a sword, I feel like I probably shouldn't be wading into combat with 13 AC.
Shield
That's
of
not
faith, bruh.
Hanzo, just take a level in cleric and get plate armor proficiency, dude. Easy.
Actually, it depends which cleric you take.
All right.
No, it doesn't. 'Cause
So
if
now
level
that you
one,
guys
get
have done
it.
your shopping,
No.
Narak and Nicole,
Yes, sir.
you
Hello.
guys arrive at the bazaar and you see your friends just walk out of the Arcada Emporium and head on towards the blacksmith. That's on
Did I see a hat shop on the way there?
Roll perception check.
I want to do this so bad. What's perception again?
What is
You're
perception?
in
So
your wisdom modifier?
No, I
and
don't
then
remember.
proficiency?
24.
All right, dude.
So just
You do see a shop that has various accessories stalled out through the window, from hats to fine leather shoes to little what do you call those?
Bracelets?
No,
Braces.
like shit that you can sew on your clothes, like little
patches.
patches, but all kinds of fine.
Yeah, like the Letterman
Insignia.
jack kind of thing,
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, okay.
So you reckon that would be your best bet?
I will go there.
Okay. You walk in and you're met by a female human. Not as tanned as you would expect from a human that lives at this in this province. She's fairly pale, blonde hair, but kind of like tied up in a bit of a knot. And you can see her sit behind, just on a table, behind some form of machinery, and she seems to be busy sewing something.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
I was wondering if you perhaps maybe had a selection of hats in this establishment.
I do have a selection of hats, but typically all I do is custom orders. So there's a small selection that you can browse through. But if that's not what you're after, we can talk about me custom making you something.
All right, I'll have a look first and then let you know. And I will go over to where she waved at the hats are.
Yeah, you can see like a small shelf with a bunch of different hats. Roll an investigation check.
You know which kind of hat I'm looking for, right?
Yeah, you're looking for like a proper fucking...
Proper rancher's hat, yeah. Yeehaw, bro.
Fucking yeehaw cowboy, man. Don't give him one. Give him the option of a fucking
The 16.
hat.
There's a couple of hats that pique your interest. There's one who's which is like very like Robin Hood style, like like the
Hello.
Hi, I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
It happens.
Absolutely unacceptable.
Very like
God.
Robin Hood style, like the green color pointy type hat. There's one hat that is like kind of what you're looking for, but it's a very flat one and very big. But it is like that similar like shape, if you will.
Yeah.
And you do see in the corner of your eye a dark brown leathery hat that does really fit what you were looking for.
Is it a fucking cowboy?
It's a Stetson.
It's pretty much a cowboy hat, yeah.
Please
I
tell me it
will
makes him fucking
immediately
reduces his
gravitate
AC.
towards that one.
Okay.
It's on an
Now that you're a little
extra small.
closer, you pick it up. You can see that there's some decorative stitches on it, and there's like this small leather band going across like the actual like top part. It has like a little belt buckle type thing attached to it.
That's pretty.
That shines a little bit like it's like a gold, but not really.
Shine bright like a diamond. Sorry.
And you also notice that there's a price tag hanging from it.
I will look at that price tag. I'm scared.
500 gold pieces.
I liked the hat options I said. Trilby or Fedora.
Excuse me, ma'am. I
Yes.
think I'll take this hat.
It's quite an expensive hat. You sure you can afford it?
I can afford it, I assure you. And I will hand her 10 platinum pieces and 400 gold pieces.
All right, she takes it from you.
I now have 6 gold left.
Did you just pay her 500 gold for a hat?
Could you do me a favor and come here? And she kind of like looks at it on your head.
Yeah,
and it's like,
I'll go over to it. Yeah.
Seems to fit. Typically when people buy accessories in my shop, I give them a little bit of a not necessarily a warranty, but just in case you want to down the line, I don't know, you get into a scruff, hat gets damaged. We do offer repairs, polishing the leather and all that. And typically the first time would be free. So, and she hands you like a little piece of paper that has just like her signature on it that says like it's like a coupon essentially for like for
What's
for-
the name of that coupon?
I don't know, dude. Just coupon hat shop.
Hat
for, like,
Emporium.
just the first time you want to like get it cleaned up or get something repaired on it will be free of
Got
charge.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And I will
I appreciate your patronage.
anytime, and I will walk out with my
What about
new.
you, Blue Man? Are you looking for a hat today? Maybe some. nice...
No, I'm good, thanks. No hat for me. Like my bald head.
Oh, but
I'm fantastic.
we
thank
have
you.
we have some hats that I think would fit you.
No,
beautifully.
I think you would look very dashing.
Yes,
Thank you.
exactly.
Thank you. However, I don't have the coin for such a thing, so sorry.
Buy a fedora.
I'm not
Well,
gonna buy
in
a
that
fucking
case,
fridge. My lady.
have a good day.
I'm a
sirs.
Dragonborn. Sorry. And I'll leave the shop.
Okay.
Fucking just like
What
really
time of day was it again?
self-conscious.
It's like late morning, early afternoon.
About high noon.
Okay.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Just do it.
kind
Rocks
of,
fall,
yes.
the rock dies.
Anything else you guys want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead up to the Magic Emporium.
I will follow my boy there.
Alrighty.
And on the way, I'll be like, Nicole,
Oh yeah.
you want to do something a little fun with me?
Oh, that's never a good thing.
What?
Not what you're thinking.
What?
Not sexual.
Hang on. What are you proposing here?
So, I had a little present that I'm picking up at Dino's Magic Emporium.
Okay.
It's a love potion.
Right.
I was gonna
Are
use
you
it.
sure? Are you sure? it's
Not for what you think it is. All right.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm flattered. No,
I don't need help in that way whatsoever. All right.
Okay.
Anyways, I thought it would be funny if the chance comes up. We slipped it to Ryagil and had her fall in love with you.
You fucker. Fucker.
You just kind of seen a cool. He stares at you, Neuron. Just stares, and you just see slowly his smile get wider. and wider.
You just got back on Kissarin's good side, Nicole. You suck.
And he's just like, I mean, it's a little bit unfair, but I mean, I'm always down for a good prank.
I'm with Gypsy.
It'll be
Especially,
a very funny joke.
I mean, especially if it's not me, you know, that's on the receiving end of it. But yeah, I suppose. I mean, I do this for you.
I might need you to distract them while I put it in their drink or something. So
Well, we're
or
already
in their
on the
drink,
way to
so,
return her, you
know.
fucks.
If she actually gets returned, all right.
Okay. So, you guys, while discussing this, walk up to the Arcana Emporium. Yeah, you're just gonna.
I'm gonna walk in and look for Theo. No.
Roll perception check.
I win these. I don't win these. That's a 9.
You don't see Theonel, but you do see various other people that look like employees of the Arcana Emporium.
I will grab the one that looks like he hates his job the least.
Okay. There's a very dainty, happy-looking gnome fella, kind of just doing a little bit of a dance, like nobody's watching type thing, while he's just stocking shelves, and he seems to have a good day.
That's amazing. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I was I previously about 2 weeks ago commissioned a love filter, and I was told it'd be ready in a week, so I'm here to pick that up.
We don't have to make those often. You got any any? I mean, there's other options out there to get your fix. You know, you don't have to. You know, I don't judge.
I don't have to worry about that.
Hearing him say that, Nicole takes one step forward, just slightly closer to the wrong.
Is it for? Are you guys a couple? It's.
Oh no.
He's in a little denial about it, but
Oh, which is why you need to. I understand,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll go see if it's. It should be ready. I think it finished a few days ago. So, yeah, just hang on here, and I'll be right back. And you see him kind of just, like in a little bit of a skip, just kind of skips off. He's having a really good day.
As he turns back, as he turns around, like turns around, like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
my parents couldn't figure it out either. I mean, it's a
So,
big problem.
you guys wait for a few seconds, and you see this gnome kind of skipping back. His like long, thin, gray hair is kind of just like
Swept in the wind.
swept in the wind from him, just like kind of skipping towards you.
Yes.
And he hands you a tiny vial, which is a lot smaller than the typical like potion vial would be.
Yep.
It has a small golden chain around it with like a little heart attached on it, and there's just this like golden bottle stopper in the top as opposed to a normal cork, and he hands it to you. have you paid for this potion already?
I have.
All right. Hands it over to you.
And I will pocket it.
All right. Anything else you want to do? Can I help you with anything else before I move on back to my shelves?
No, you can go along with your merry day. I hope you have a fantastic day.
You too. And he just turns around and starts to skip back to his to his shelf. Anything else you want to do in the Arcana Emporium while you're there?
No, I don't got the money to do that.
Spend it all
Someone
right.
sold it something and then spent it all.
Bomb.
Nicole,
It's
you want to do anything? Way there?
No, I'm good.
We're both poor.
Yo, you're poor. Yo, Dutch, real quick. Can I make just a little roll for a decision that's going on in Nicole's mind, right? Like intelligence check wise, because like I've been thinking about some things, and
Okay.
Nicole will be thinking about some things. I'm like
Yeah.
an intelligence check or something just to see. Like,
What is
You're an
this?
intelligent boy.
I mean, like, so like that 1,000, no, that like 100 plan we've got, right?
Yeah.
He's got plans. There's the right thing to do, right?
What is the right
And I
thing
was
to
like,
do?
it would be to split it fully with the party.
Yeah,
100%
what's the right thing
is
to
the
do?
right thing to do.
Correct.
However, Nicole's a fucking asshole. So, I mean,
Well, that's not really an intelligence thing. That's more of a
yeah,
what
but
do you
like,
value?
well, Nicole also would like knows he's like fucking the party by doing what he's doing. Like, he,
I mean, we all do it in real life. Like sometimes if you're struggling to make a decision, you like flip a fucking coin,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
You know, it
That's-
happens in
uh,
real life.
I'll let
so-
you. Yeah, if you want to just like roll a dice or like flip a coin to see
Yeah.
what you do, yeah, go for it.
that's fine. I didn't want just to fucking do it and be like, that's not what you
Yeah,
said.
no, that's fair.
Roll-
Like,
yeah, just roll like a
everybody,
D6.
everybody has decisions where they're like, should I really? Kind of want to. So yeah, I'll let you.
Yeah.
Flip
Just
oh,
do
well,
odds and evens.
Yeah.
it. Yeah, or if you just
Yeah.
flip a coin, you know, heads or tails. Fucking.
Yeah, I'll do odds and evens on a d6. So odds,
Okay.
I'm a cunt. Evens, I'm good. Cool. I'll let you guys know later.
We'll find out.
All right,
Next
fair enough.
episode of Dragon Ball Z.
So if there's nothing else you guys want to do, we'll,
When we walk out, I will say to Nicole, "Hey, you said there was something you needed to talk about."
I believe it could probably wait for now. Well, there's some more things we need to see what's going on. We'll have to wait for the whole party to go together. I thought there was something, but you know, everything's gonna be fine. Don't know. We should probably get to the tavern.
All right.
Alright.
And he will weirdly keep walking.
So,
Cool, father.
Gasiran, Matrim, and Ryago, as you are moving on up towards Gasiran's childhood home. You guys are discussing anything on the way? Because you guys are relative to the south side of town, whereas the mansion is all the way up north, so you have a little bit of a distance to close before you get there. So if there's anything you guys want to do on the way there, let me know.
I'm kind of like, since she clearly is all like, I don't need your help, letting her lead the way and just following like a few steps behind her rather than like walking in pace with Ryago. And then
So,
also trying to keep an eye on around to see if anyone's like looking or recognizing me or like.
So, why are you? Hang on, actually, yeah, okay. So, why do you hide yourself? Is there anything particular you hiding? Hiding from a particular someone? You're also checking over your shoulders every 5 seconds. It doesn't really make you look paranoid at all.
I definitely made some mistakes when I used to live here and work here and upset some people, piss some people off.
Mm-hmm.
Just thought it just makes things easier.
I have a habit of that. It's you know, it's people are people. But sure, there's not anything in particular you're afraid of?
At that point, Matrim will turn to Kasarin and he'll say, "Hey, I know you kind of recognize the area a little bit. Is there any place that is in the area that is kind of open and there aren't people around, or maybe like an alleyway that we could like dip into for a few minutes?"
Yeah. Yes, several. I told you not to try anything funny.
Oh, I'm not trying anything funny. I want to teach you a lesson, and it's not it's not something weird. It's just I noticed a few things when we were fighting back there, and I think I have some advice to offer you. And then he turns to Kisaren and says, "Do you trust me?"
Yes.
He turns back to Ryagel and says, "What do you think?"
Roll a persuasion check.
17.
All right. Lead the way. There's
So I
several
guess
alleyways around. Yeah, it's
Sure.
You're currently moving. Like you're past the bazaar. You're currently like just the last like group of streets and alleyways before you get to the north side of the city, which has like the bank, the mansion, the temple, all those areas.
Right.
So, yeah, you can dive into an alleyway at will.
Okay, so I guess they dive into an alleyway. Matrim will take out his hammer and pittance and set up almost like a line of pittance at each end of the alleyway, as if they were like the corners or like the outside of like a ring almost. Like
Yep.
you know how like Aberan and Nicole set up rocks?
Yeah,
Like in this
yeah.
case, he's just setting up like barriers that you can't pass, so to speak.
Gotcha.
Ryagel, can you draw your weapon for me?
And she just like sticks out her hand, flicks her wrist, and her scimitar just appears in her hand.
Okay, Kisaren, can you go stand at the other end of the pittance, and I'll stand at this end.
Go.
So, Ryagel, you're old enough at this point to be wandering around the city, and you've probably been doing so for a very long time. And while I definitely think that you're strong enough to hold your own, I want to see if you can get past myself or Kisaren. And I want you to do everything that you can to get past us and show me that you can walk around the city by yourself. And at that point,
as in not
as in get through me. And at that point, Matrim will draw both of his swords.
All right. Are you letting her be first? Go first, or are you?
Yeah, she can go first.
Okay. This is gonna be fun. She has some tricks up her sleeve.
But just remember, we've not long rested since then. Sorry,
They've
do you
not.
want to bid
But we leveled up so that.
No, technically
Well-
still not, because you have to long rest.
Yeah, we're not leveled up yet until we
Perfect.
rest.
So as soon as you long rest, you'll be.
Oh.
But yeah.
Great.
No, that's fine. All right, so she's going to look at the walls, and she like the walls are about. It's not like a super tight alleyway, but it's definitely say enough for her to like hop skip in between the walls to kind of get some height. Because you know she has the acrobat feat, so why not use it? So yeah, she's instead of going head into you first, she's going to try and like through an acrobatics check, she's going to just jump from wall to wall until she gets some height, and then jump to get behind Saren instead.
While she's doing that,
does that provoke an opportunity attack for me?
Yeah, that would provoke an opportunity attack. Yeah.
So as she turns around to do it, can I like try to trip her, like with like a leg sweep?
An attack of opportunity would typically really only be just a before she gets out of your range.
Yeah, it's like
Is
a
there a way that I can? Is there a way that I can like hit her that doesn't like hurt her? It just like knocks her down out of the air.
You can go for like we'll say
Like
that you pommel her
like
with the hilt of the sword.
Yeah.
And we'll make it like an arm strike that way.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Cool.
and then if I see her going for the walls, can I pop the top of a water skin and use shape water to move water up the walls and then freeze it so they're icy and slippery? So she might stumble.
We'll get to that. We'll see what happens here first.
I got a 20.
Natural? Damn, yeah, okay, yeah, that hits.
So does that like stop her from doing that?
No, it like kind of actually because it's an acrobatics thing. Let her. Okay. She hops, and as she like jumps on the wall and turns around to like jump over you, you manage to just kind of like get the hilt of your sword and just strike her. Let's see. Let's make it another acrobatics check to see if she can keep going. And you do see roll your damage just for the sake of it.
Unarmed strike's your strength.
Is your strength, yeah.
Just like the modifier?
It's a D4 and then the strength modifier.
No, that's monk.
That's for monks. For an unarmed strike for just normal other classes, it's just your strength modifier.
Oh, okay.
My strength modifier is negative.
So that means you do one damage.
So one damage, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah. So you hit her, and she kind of drops down again and kind of lands on her knee. And then looks to you and looks back to Kasarin. All right.
So then,
and then while she's down, can I do the ice up the walls now that I'm wise to her trick, so she doesn't try and escape again?
Okay. All right. So you did that. Kasarin does that. Technically, you would still have a move, a turn, Masham, because that was your attack of opportunity.
Right. Okay. At that point, I will cast Mirror Image.
Okay.
Which, sorry, give me one sec.
I love that spell.
Excuse me.
So essentially, like, I did this when you guys first met me, but I essentially have like 3 duplicates of me that are all kind of within like my range, and I don't have to roll anything unless she's specifically like going to strike those, and they kind of like stand behind the actual matrim, almost like guarding the entrance or exit to the alleyway.
Okay.
And at that point, Matrim will just step forward as much as he needs to still be within like melee range of Ragel.
All right. So she now looks at several of you.
And he'll also say, "Okay, get back up. Let's go."
Okay. She is going to, because she's kind of like just like in between that ice wall and the mirror images. So she's going to cast Create or Destroy Water.
Hey, I know that.
Just completely destroy.
Of course she
I did some
is.
research. Technically, ice is not on the list, but a D&D dude, like a guy that works at Wizard of the Coast, is like, yeah, destroy water will also destroy ice.
Because it's just
so yeah,
frozen water, so.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, she's going to just destroy the ice wall. And then is going to action
refill
surge.
my water. God damn.
She's going to action surge, and is going to cast. Fucking Eldritch Knights are fun, dude. She's
They're
going
so
to
sick.
cast Ice Knife at you, Kasarin. Which is an roll to hit. Yeah, that's not great. That's a 9 to hit, dude. That's not gonna hit. So yeah, so she flings the shard of ice towards you, and you kind of duck out of the way, and you see it fly past you and shatter against one of the walls behind you. And you hear her kind of mutter to herself, saying, "This is not the time to fuck up."
Can I go for a trip attack after she's done attacking me?
Yeah.
With my warhammer, not my sword. Sword is staying sheathed.
Okay, roll the attack.
That is a 25 to hit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That'll, yeah.
Nah.
18
Not
plus
sure,
7.
Not sure, but I'm pretty sure that hits, yeah.
Alright, let me find a d10.
I have
That's
to
a
check, though, just
d12.
in case.
There we go. This is a d10, because I'm wielding it two-handed, so it's d10.
Okay.
So that is for... Oh, I feel bad. Damn it. Oh. Can I, like... Oh, I need the damage to the trip attack. All right, that's for 12 damage. And then the way the trip attack works, roll my superiority die. She has to make a strength saving throw of 13. Yeah.
Okay. Just makes the save.
Damn it.
Just makes it. So yeah, you just try and trip her, but she takes the hit, and then as she sees that you're trying to make her trip, she kind of just pushes you off, and now looks back at the several matrims and looks back at you. So why do you care so much about if I'm able to handle myself?
There aren't that many Ganassi in the Expanse, you've probably noticed. And in a city as big as Kalzir, we tend to do okay, because this is a very, inclusive and multicultural city. There's lots of races here. The minute you leave, the world is not always so kind to people like us.
Alright, but why do you care?
Like I said, I'm very close with your mother. I know how upset she'd be. Something were to happen to you.
Right. Okay. And she's going to take her 2 hand axes and try and chuck one of them at you, Matrim. Gotta make like mirror image. Does she know which one is the real you?
No, and it doesn't matter. Even if she tries to hit me, it hits the mirror image instead.
Okay.
So you still roll an attack.
All right. 21 to hit.
It misses and it hits one of the duplicates. I just had to roll 6 or higher.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you see the throwing axe just fling through one of the duplicates, and she cusses to herself a little bit. And she's going to use her bonus action to fucking sit there and pout, because she doesn't have any real bonus actions. So yeah, that's it.
She has
Actually,
action surge. She's action surge and second wind. Those are fighter bonus actions.
I guess she could, because 2 attacks, right? Yeah, she's gonna fucking chuck her other hand axe at you as well, dude. Fucking.
Why not, dude?
Try it again. That's a 17 to hit.
That one does hit me.
All right.
Yeah.
So after the first hand axe just kind of flies past you into one of the mirror images, this one does strike through and hits you for. What's that? That's a d6 plus 6.
Can you imagine just some freak accident rolls and crits, and this is how we died?
So the axe kind of just flies in your direction. You manage to kind of step out of the way just enough for it to just kind of graze you as it flies past, not dealing any real troubling damage.
Is it my turn now?
Yes. I'd say so.
Okay. So, with getting hit by that, Matrim kind of smirks and brushes it off. And then I want to try to intimidate Ryagel to end the fight. I want her to realize that just because she's a teenager doesn't mean that she's king shit. And I want to try to intimidate her by using burning hands, but intentionally missing right over her head. So
roll an intimidation check.
Okay. 18.
Okay, big money, no whammies, boys. It's a natural 18 plus whatever is on their insight. I'm sorry, bud.
That's okay. I still want to do it.
Yeah, so that's a 30-20. So yeah, you shoot the fire right above her head. She kind of looks at you and smirks. And she says, I have those too. And she casts Burning Hands right back at you.
Cool.
Let's say Burning Hands.
Sassy just like her mom.
Boning Hands is that's yeah, all right. Fucking.
Her hair isn't literal fire. Her hair just looks like fire.
Yeah,
It's still
you need to make a dex.
hair.
You need to make a dex
No, it's the literal fire.
It's just fire colored.
It's way cooler.
She is trying to hit you.
Yeah. My modifier is +3, 22.
Yeah. Okay. So you make the save. So I think you take. What do? You take. Yeah, you take half damage. So you take a quarter damage because you're fire ganassi as well. So.
Yep.
So you
So
take
dumb.
11, which is 5, which is 2. So you take 2
Okay.
points of fire now. Xerin, you got anything you want to do?
She's still holding the blade she summoned to her hand, or no? She put it away or dropped it in her hand.
No, she's holding it.
Problem is, to do any of my like maneuvers to try and like make her disarm or drop her, I need to do pretty decent damage for them to likely work, and I really don't want to do decent damage to her.
It's just fake damage. It's fine.
It's really not.
It's just numbers.
Just numbers on a piece of paper. What do you mean?
What do you do, Xerin? TikTok.
I guess just go. All right. You've made your point. I think it's best we be on our way again. Someone could walk by and spot us at any minute, and just see 2 people ganging up on a teenager.
I guess at that point, Matrim will he'll sheath his swords.
Like, do I have to roll persuasion to make her stop at that point?
Nah. As she sees that both of you kind of drop the attack, she looks at you, and then looks back at Matrim, and is going to, as you kind of drop your guard, try and cast Ice Knife at Matrim.
Of course. Little shit.
That's awesome.
Which is that's a 24 to hit.
It hits one of the mirror images.
All right.
Damn.
So yeah, you just see this big shard of ice fling towards you, to one of the mirror images, and she says, "All right, I think that'll do."
That'll do, donkey.
And then I guess as the mirror image spell kind of fades away, Matrim will walk up to her and kind of like pat her on the back, and then motion that they leave the alleyway and be on their way.
All right.
I'll look at, as we're leaving Matrim, go, you wouldn't happen to have pen and paper on you by any chance?
I have nothing in my inventory that's similar.
Yeah, it's
I'm
fine.
sure Haran or my mom will let you write a letter. So that's what you're after.
That would be unfortunate.
Alright, then she just turns around and starts heading on over towards the
Yeah, we'll
mansion.
follow her.
And eventually you get to the mansion. And roll a history check, Cassandra.
Oh shit. That's not terrible. 16.
Okay. 2 things catch your eye. 1, it's a lot more heavily guarded than you remember. And you also see through the fence that there's a lot more to the building than you remember. Like they had extra wings be constructed and attached to the building. It's a lot bigger of a mansion than it was when you last saw it properly. And as she gets to the gate, some of the guards immediately come running towards her, recognizing her. And some of the guards just, "Where have you been? It's been 2 weeks. Your mother's been worried sick. Even Haran had visited the keep to see if you were in trouble." And she kind of brushes it off and says, "I'm fine. Just let me in, and let them in too."
Actually, now that we know you're safe, clearly you're in good hands, I don't think we need to go, and well, I don't need to go inside. You can just tell Serana that job done.
I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of a reward in it for you guys if you enter. I guess, what did he say? 2 weeks? I've been missing for 2 weeks? I'm sure there's somewhat of a monetary compensation.
Money's never been a huge motivator for me, to be honest. But
Speak for yourself.
Matrim, you can go ahead and go inside.
No,
and
I'm okay.
I'll see
stay
where
with
the
you.
others have got to.
All right.
Matrim will put his arm around Kassarin.
She
Right,
walks
Ellie,
up.
as she's like walking away,
She,
Matrim will
like,
say,
she walks up to you guys first and
"Okay."
like reaches out her hand to try and like shake your hand.
As she does, I pull the ring of alarm from my bag and put it in her hand as I shake her hand. And tell her,
Okay.
use this. Hopefully it'll keep you from getting kidnapped again. I'm sure Haran can tell you how to use it.
Thank you. She just puts it on and kind of looks like, all right. Yeah. And she just goes to shake both of your hands. What's your passive perception, Kassarin?
Shit, 9.
Okay, cool.
Minus 17.
Okay, so yeah, then that's cool. Good to know. Yeah, and she turns around and walks into the area, through the gates, and you see her disappear into the mansion.
Matrim will turn to Kassarin and say, "Are you sure this is how you want to leave this?"
She's looked after here. She'll never want for money, for anything, for friends, for family. What possibly can we offer her that's better than what she already has?
It's not really about offering her something, but is there anything that you feel like you haven't said to her that you need to say?
There's nothing I can say that will be a positive impact on her life at this point.
So at that point, Matrim is going to like rip his hood off and put it around Kassarin and put the hood up.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna follow Raigel into the mansion.
Okay. So you're just gonna like run after her before you see her like enter the actual mansion? Because it's a little
Not-
bit of a trek.
Not run, but like I don't imagine it's been much time. Like I imagine if I
No,
sped walk, I could catch up to her.
Yeah, you can. Like you would catch up to her right before you. The guards kind of look at you questioningly, but she did say let them in too. So yeah, they don't question it really. And you catch up to her right before she opens the big door.
And
So-
I'll just wait outside by the gate for Matrim to come back out.
Right, Raigel, before you go inside.
Hmm?
And he'll kind of get down to her level. Like he's on his knee. He even though like she would still be taller, he's kind of looking up at her.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll say, I want you to know that your mother loves you with all of her heart, and
Oh, I
she
know.
wants what's best for you.
Oh, I know.
And I hope that these last few weeks haven't been tumultuous for you, and that she did everything that she could to get you home safe.
Oh, I know. And you can tell her outside the gate that she might want to like look into her bag. And she turns around and goes inside.
So at that point, Matrim will stand and slowly walk back to Kassarin.
What the?
Can you look in your bag?
Okay. I'll look inside of my bag.
You see at the top of your belongings, there's a note.
Okay.
When you fold it open, it just says, "You could have been honest with me."
I'll just fold it back up, put it back in the bag. I went, yeah, I figured as much. I'll show
What
it
did it
to.
say?
I'll hand the note actually back to Matrim. Better she be mad at me short term and still be able to live a decent life.
Matrim will burn the note
I was gonna
in
keep
his
that.
hands.
Rip.
Too late, he's burnt it now.
Yep.
And then he'll kiss Kassarin.
Okay.
Oh.
Do I have to roll for that?
Roll performance.
I mean, sure, roll a performance.
I mean, you
check.
can't roll any.
Please, not one. Please.
It's like a 12.
It's not great. It's not bad, you know.
Got better.
It's pretty standard human.
All right. So you guys off to the tavern as well?
He'll ask her one more time. Is this how you want to leave this? It's not forever. We could always come back.
Yeah, what? She knows, clearly.
She does. That's important.
So then, what is there left to tell her? How does a fugitive criminal with not much to offer her right now be a positive influence for her?
You say fugitive criminal. I say brave, strong mother.
Well, her grandmother is also the same. She doesn't want for that.
Okay. And then he'll put his hand on her lower back and I guess they'll walk away.
Kasarin, you know that by the tavern, like the Hog's Belly is kind of your tavern here.
Before we go back, can I go to the messenger tower? Would they have spare quills or pens I could use to write a note on the back of the note she gave me?
Let's burn.
Oh shit, yeah, it's burned. Oh well, I would need new paper. Well, do they also have paper? Basically, do they have stationery that people can use? Or is it just you go there, deliver, and receive messages?
Seeing as it's a, they'll probably have the equipment needed to write letters there. Yeah.
All right. Before we go back to the tavern, I'd like to go there and write a letter for Serana. And then later I'm going to try and sneak into the mansion and leave it in her room, but we'll see how that works.
Oh boy. Oh, bye. All right, so yeah, you detour past the keep with the messenger tower right next to it to get the stuff needed to write. Are you going to write the letter there, or are you going to just write it in your own time?
I'll write it there really fast and then take it with me.
Okay. Right.
And I already have the letter written and on my computer.
Beautiful. Yeah, and so you guys take a little detour around the city.
Discord just does not like Hanzo.
Yeah. Yeah, you detour around the city, past the keep to get to the Hog's Belly as well. Actanis, you traveled with, you weren't here, so I couldn't ask. You went to the Arcana Emporium with Aberan and Tremaris, so just in case, was there anything you might have wanted to do while in there? So we can do that for now real quick.
No.
Okay. Cool.
No.
I'm
just
good.
wants to drink.
Yep.
Drunk Tonnis incoming.
Alright, cool. So you guys eventually all meet up at the inn. Feeling pretty tired. It's been a long day, even though it's still early afternoon. It's been a very long day. You've had you're not even sure how long you've been awake at this point because of the whole time working differently in the Nightmare Realm.
Do we want to quickly do what Hanzo suggested? Go to BRB screen and restart the call because he can't hear or see anything.
You can't. Discord's fucked for him.
Sure.
Sorry guys, technical difficulties. We're gonna try this again.
Hello.
Hello, Hanzo, I see you!
Alright, there we go.
I don't see Belle.
Yeah, Belle's a black hole, but you know.
Oh my god.
Restart your camera real quick, Belle.
Okay, I will.
Oh no, I can hear Belle, that's fine.
Yeah, we can hear her.
Yeah, we can hear her, so it's just Discord camera on lol XD. Alright, so you guys all meet up at the tavern, and like I said, it's been a while since you last slept. You're all pretty tired. What do you guys do?
Would we meal like similar time, or is it time where it's like?
You would enter. I'd say Matrim and Kasarin would enter last.
Okay.
But the rest of you would be at the tavern relatively.
Before we're all together, I'm gonna talk to Bran. real quick.
So
or at
before
least
we get back, yeah.
Yeah.
I was
So pull
gonna
off the
say,
side.
while me and Bran are out like shopping, actually, I thought of something else I'd like to buy
Oh.
while I'm out. We'd have to
Okay.
go into a full roleplay for it, but basically, I just want to buy some empty vials.
Yeah, sure. We can say that you've done that at the Crown Emporium. Mark down, I don't know, their glass files. Just mark down like a gold piece, and you'll have like say 5.
Okay, nice one.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit down next to Bran.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys are at the tavern
Yeah.
now. Matchroom, Kassirin, and Ryagal still aren't there.
And I'll kind of just turn to him and be like, Bran, you're good with, you know, the counting and, you know, the especially with, like, the money we found, and I'll pull out the pouch of,
Okay.
and I'm like, it's not my forte with platinum specifically, because, you know, I don't know how you decide who gets what, and I'll pass him just this pouch of platinum. And I won't say,
Is it the full amount of
it
platinum?
is the full amount of platinum.
How much platinum's in it?
100.
100.
That
But I'll
is-
let you fucking count it, lad. Nicole doesn't actually know how much platinum's in it. He just went, I
Yeah.
found some platinum. Bonk.
What's
I
100
will-
divided by 7?
I will count it out,
Or 6.
Or 6, if you want to be like that.
and I will. Is everyone here at the tavern? At the...
No, I did it before Kasrana and Matchup, so it's just like us. Merry few of 5.
Let's not split this up until everyone's here, because I have
Yes.
some things I'd like to discuss.
Yes, that's I think we've all got a lot of talking to do. I have some things that the group should probably know. And
Just to do
I will
with the
go
things
up,
we saw.
and I'll go up to the bar as you say that and not answer him.
Okay. So you you order some drinks.
Yeah, I'll order around
after,
even for Matrem and
Yeah,
Kasran,
and
because I
after a
shoot
few
them.
minutes, Matchroom and Kassirin also walk in.
Before I go to the
Kassirin,
party, I want to go down a shot of fire water at the bar.
Yeah, I just ordered ale, by the way.
Slightly off topic.
Nichols, no.
I have 2 bottles of fire water in my bag. One of them that I drank a bit out of in the Nightmare Realm, and I think I gave some to Actanis after our fight, so that's probably about,
Good.
what, half full?
No, no more than half, I'd say.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep track of it. I don't want to abuse this forever. Rip Koiba. I don't want to be like, ooh, infinite fire water.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
So
buy a
guys,
bottle of
when-
infinite fire water, dude. Easy.
When are we
Yeah.
moving back to Skype?
I know, right? But it's not. I noticed it's also like only the EU boys that have this issue.
Yeah.
That's also a thing that I've noticed.
Yeah, I've never had that problem.
Only because my keyboard is so fucking loud. I'm sorry.
I'm debating just fucking getting it.
Alright, so yeah, Kassirin, you
Yes,
order
sir.
a shot of fire water and just immediately fucking down it. Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Now what? Pass down.
27.
Oh, you're fucking good, dude. Yeah.
Fucking opposite in that one. Fucking just
That's like just drinking a sip of regular water. You feel nothing except the emotional pain that is now scarring.
You haven't drank enough to dole that yet.
Yep.
Too soon, question mark?
all right.
When you come back to the table, Nicole,
Hello.
Brian is going to ask you. So where did you find this platinum?
Yeah, that was kind of what was going to come up. I was going to wait for, everyone to be here to, discuss those type of things. But, when I walked off in Ooleth's gaff, I found it in a drawer. I wanted to do a little bit of digging, and I found some interesting information there that is a bit worrying. And I'll,
Okay.
when
let's
everyone's here, I'll explain.
Let's wait for everyone then.
Yeah, so at that point, you guys are kind of, I assume, all together at a table.
Yeah.
Matchroom and Kassirin are going to be doing something else.
What are you inferring?
So
Nothing at all. Sit at a separate table to talk about things. So
when everyone's sat at the table, I'm going to put the platinum pieces in the pouch in the middle of the table.
Mhm.
Right. I've counted this out, and there's 100 platinum, which is 1,000 gold. There's 7 of us. However,
6.
6, you are right. I'm assuming everything
I don't
went
want any.
fine.
Are you saying you're not a real person?
I'm just saying I don't want any.
Fair
That
enough.
makes my maths difficult, but okay.
To It's a avocado snake.
That's
I'll work it out in a minute, but
Gold.
I'm
It's
all for
18.
splitting this evenly, if that's what everyone wants.
17.
However, I did want to put an idea forward first.
What?
If the worst is to happen to one of us, I can bring someone back. But it has to be done quickly. And it has to use something like this. And I will get out my large diamond.
Mhm.
That's
These-
a damn pretty looking thing.
Are expensive. This one cost me 350 gold.
You can have
And
my
this would
share of
allow
the
me-
platinum for reimbursement for that. It's fine.
This would allow me to save one person. All I'm asking, and this is entirely for everyone to say no to, I would like to take another 350 before we split this, so that I can buy another one and have a spare. I don't want to be in a position where I could have saved one of you had we not cheaped out.
It's fine with
Yeah,
me.
sure.
How about you take 400 of that, and then the rest of us can split it, and as you'll get your own share, and that 400 will be set aside for stuff like that.
Okay.
Party funds.
I will let someone come with me so that I can buy another one of these. I will make sure you will know that that is what I spent it on.
I will
But-
accompany you.
Alright.
I support this idea. We all saw how losing the last party member affected each of us. It
Did
would be
we?
good not to have it happen again.
Many of us saw.
Well,
Yes.
for those of
Well,
us that were there,
he's still seen sort of the after effects of
Yeah.
it all.
I mean, I killed him, man.
Okay, so yeah, that would be
You.
if 400 of that is going to just into like,
That would
40,
leave 600, which
so
if
60 platinum, so that's 10
if
platinum each.
Mitrim still doesn't want any.
That's 10 platinum each. So mark
Yeah.
it up.
yeah,
How much?
10 platinum
10.
each, I would get 50 total.
I was just making it easier for the math, dude.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
Alright, are you gonna go shop for the diamond right away, or are you gonna sit and chill?
I'll get
first?
it tomorrow.
Okay.
What I want to test while we're in the tavern, this I'm assuming it's like a leather pouch, like one of the leather strings at the top.
Yeah.
What I would like to do is with some like sharp cutlery or something, I'd like to cut that, the string at the top, so that I can put it inside my chainmail, and then loop that, like weave it through the chainmail, and then cast mending on it, so that that pouch is hidden underneath my chainmail.
Wouldn't that logistically make
Make
it
a
a
big
real
bug.
bitch to get it back up?
No, like so, like there, so that I
Yeah.
could, in theory,
It's still
put my
kind of hard.
weapon down, grab it, and pull, and it would break.
I mean, yeah, you can do that. It's just logistically wouldn't be the most convenient thing to have a coin purse, but yeah, you can do
Doesn't
it.
it also make a big
No,
fucking
just
gold
for the
there?
diamond,
Could be wrong.
Oh, for the diamond.
not for the
Oh,
coin.
gotcha. Yeah,
So that I could basically have a diamond stashed.
gotcha.
Um,
Okay.
Is it like
Yeah, sure.
overly? Yeah. So basically, so it's like just hidden on my person, and I could
Just
in
use
a
sellotape
fight.
forehead.
Just
I
make it
could in a
invisible.
fight like put my flail down and be
Just
able to
yank
grab
it
it and
out.
pull it because the thread would break.
Sure. Yeah, I'll allow it.
Cool. So that's what I'll do with mending.
Okay.
And then I will drink.
Alright.
Once they,
I will also drink.
once the party are together, and like, fucking France and all that shit. Nicole's kind of looking back. So I've got some things. Probably should tell you guys, and I'm going to like right now. Do you know back at Ooleth's place I wandered off? Well, that's where we found this platinum that I shared.
That I
But
shared.
also, Hey,
I
man.
love you had to add that.
he's taking the high road, man. No, he goes, there was some worrying information, shall we say. Turns out this cult have been after me for about 6 months. Not a recent thing. Oh, and they know that I was in Ooleth's house, and I'm basically their number one target now, I think. I don't know. But
How do they know you were there?
there was some crystal. I found a bookcase. I found a thing behind it, and there was like some crystals. They had eyes in them. I looked at them. They all exploded. I mean,
And that's
so-
why the castle came down, or the house.
I mean, I don't it happened near the same time. I'm not saying it. That's what happened. But they do know I'm there. And you know, Ooleth's brother as well is like the blue one, and we've just killed him, and they know he's now dead. So, yeah, we should, yeah, I should probably, you know, that hat of disguise I gave you. I should, as much as I don't like wearing it, because you know, I probably should be a bit more.
I agree, and I will hand over the hat.
And I will take
I'll turn to Matt Trim and go, sound like the MO of your organization, using crystals to keep an eye on each other?
My organization.
Well, the one you were once a part of. The one that you were forced into.
Roll a history check. Matrim.
Is everything going to be crystal clear?
Okay.
my
Fuck
God.
off! Fucking mute yourself in the.
8.
Okay. You haven't really used it, but you do vaguely recall the other of the 10 mentioned, like, having a crystal system, where it's like one for each Dragonborn color, as a way to, like, look into each other's dealings and sorts.
Right.
You personally have really never used it, because you just didn't really care. But yeah, you do vaguely remember them mentioning somewhat of a way to keep an eye on each other through a set of crystals. Yeah, it rings a bell.
So he would respond by saying, yeah, the cult, they kept track of what they were all doing through that system. I hardly cared to use it. One thing that we might be able to infer from this, though, is that because everything is so surveilled, or there's a system of surveillance, they might not trust each other in the same way that, say, for example, the 6 of you have forged some form of bond. It
Sorry, I had to cough.
it may potentially work in our favor, knowing that 1, they want Nakul, and 2, that they're keeping tabs on everything that the others are doing.
I mean, that is true, because you're the red one, right? That was your big thing. You were like the red Dragonborn, right? That's like what you were. Well, that crystal was out. That didn't was out. Like, you know, gone. Not. Everyone had an eye. Your one didn't, and it was like dim. Like, I think they know that you're not like part of it anymore.
And I think that when you guys chose not to kill me, you knew all of that. You knew that they would come for you. You already knew that the 6 of you were on their hit list. They knew that a group of 6 people killed the first cult member. Like, that shouldn't be a surprise.
Well, apparently I've been on their hit list before I knew any of these people. So
if anything,
yippee for me.
So we've just made become added protection, not a liability.
Or you know, I've just doomed you all. You know, one of the two in it.
the longer
Okay,
these people
okay,
are
okay.
after us, they're expending resources that could be used to hunt innocent people.
Exactly, and it's always
That's
easier to
true.
get the enemy that's coming right for you rather than the one lurking in the shadows, right?
Listen, this is great and all, and I'm glad we're having this conversation or whatever. But I'm too sober for this. I need to drink more before we get into
feel
this
like
conversation.
I feel like
I've
opposite.
been awake for 2
I-
weeks or something.
I could
don't care.
I could
wanna
be
drink.
wrong, Octanus, but I feel like this is the conversation you need to be not drunk for. This is pretty serious. My life's in danger.
You
But
say
it's
that.
all
I'm pretty
shit
sure
and
every conversation is a drinking conversation.
We've
You got
all
me.
been in danger this whole time. This is not news to anyone. Like
I
we're
will
all
also then
drunk.
pull out the book of like handwritten notes, which I can't read. So I was like,
I believe
anyone-
this is commonly referred to as alcoholism, Actanis.
Okay, I didn't come here to be attacked like this.
Hey, it's
Just
not
trying to
alcoholism
cope.
if you're drinking with friends,
Friends.
alright? That's called social drinking.
Thank you, Nog. See,
Fuck's
I
sake.
knew I liked you for a reason.
See?
If you
by
want
the
someone
way-
to read that, Nicole, I
Mhm.
can look over it.
cool, and I'll pass it to
So
Tremors
what-
as a.
Those were the notes that you found, like just.
That
in the
was
desk and stuff.
Ooleth's handwritten notes, I think you said it, and you said it
Yeah,
looked a
yeah,
bit
yeah.
like a diary, but not. And I've also, did you say I could read that list of? I think
You
it was a
could
list.
not.
You didn't say it was a
That was
map,
a
but
mention.
did you say I could read that list of that said like the Dragonborn that are remaining? Because I saw my name. And then I saw the fucking massive file on me.
Yeah, that was just like a list of people that
Does that have
are, like,
locations?
potential. Yeah, they do. They have.
In
locations
fairness,
of where they.
I don't care what language it's in.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know,
you
can.
Yeah,
but
Drax
but
can
can
read everything.
I read that sheet of paper that has locations on it? On that, that's what I'm getting at.
Sure.
I would like to read it, please, and find out
Okay.
where they are.
Okay.
So you can find me.
From memory, knowing that they still needed 5 different colors, and not really having received any updates on that since, you kind of gloss through the list and look for the colors that match. And yeah, you get a handful of look. Some of the colors actually have multiple Dragonborn listed. Multiple targets, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, like on your own page, it just literally has a backlog of any places you frequented the past 6 months.
That's gonna be this place a lot. Fucking hell.
So yeah, the Hog's Belly is
How- I'd say-
definitely on there.
I'd say how, like-
Kalzir is definitely on there.
How in depth are the notes on me? Are they pretty like fucking these are the places visited, or is it like fucking today I saw the blue dragonborn walk this way? You know what I mean? Like, is it
No,
like
it's just like a list.
dear
Of,
diary?
it's like just places he frequented, and then like dates written next to them. Like
Okay,
you've been there,
okay,
then,
that's
then,
cool.
then.
Like a stalker's diary.
Pretty much, yeah.
Apart from
These
But
less
yeah, you also
comments
get
about
the name, or not. You get the location. There's a couple of locations that kind of ring familiar to you.
Okay.
Because a couple of them are in Thurmogar, which is
Okay.
Thurmogar is my city.
I thought that was a province.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Because England is my city.
Okay, you're fucking.
You read that several of them are located in Dorbadir, which is the capital city, which makes sense because there's a lot of Dragonborn up there. You also read that there's a couple located in various towns that you don't recognize. Because yeah, like you don't really know the topography of the entire fucking realm.
Nope.
So
Yeah,
you
that's
just-
understandable.
the places that in like Dolbadir and some more like smaller towns in Thurmogar strike you as familiar because you know those places. Other than that,
It's just a list
with
of
you having
fucking
spent
random
time
places.
in the Expanse for a little while, you actually see Brokul's name on the list.
Cool.
The Red Dragonborn that you've had several encounters with now as a group, and places he's frequented. But you also notice that there's a gap of like the past month or so where that has not been updated. Which strikes you as interesting because that's the only Dragonborn that doesn't really have an updated page anymore.
Cool.
He
To know.
said,
While we are sharing news with the group, and on the subject of being doomed, I feel that I might have got myself into something that may not end well, and I will like extend my sort of palm out and show the group the symbol. on
Does
my
anybody
hand.
know what the fuck it is?
They recognize it. Yeah.
You all see on Chimeris's hand a scar-like symbol just marked into the palm of his hand. It has some very vague, thin, purpley like smoke coming out of the actual like writing, if you will.
Just fucking hotbox in the tavern.
No, it's not that like it's not like whoa, thick clouds, dude. It's more
It's
like
more
just
like
very subtle,
ethereal.
very kind of, and it kind of like just disintegrates when it reaches a certain height. It's
Can I religion check this?
sure.
While
Let's
he's
see.
doing that,
Roll
can
a
I
two.
actively perception check the bar to see if there's anyone in the bar that isn't like someone who's would be like a regular?
Okay.
Gypsy,
So I'm
not
I also
waiting for
like,
Gypsy first.
I also like how no one commented on the fact that Narong's not wearing this big flashy.
I know, dude. I was waiting for compliments, man.
I mean, Nicole's seen it, and Nicole basically just gone. I assume when talking went nice hat, and that's about it, because that's all you know. She's like,
Brand's actively avoiding contact
What's
with
the?
now.
I was gonna say I'm not talking to you right now, so
Abran?
I
Religion
got
check?
a 21.
All right. You don't recognize it per se, but you do have, just given of its the way it's behaving. You have read something about sealing pacts with several types of deities and creatures from the Veil Beyond. But that's kind of where your knowledge stops. So you're like, okay, that is something that means that you made a deal with someone at some point, and that person is coming to collect. That's really all you get from it.
Okay.
That
Matchroom?
perception check was 21.
Hey, we're twinsies.
There's a couple of people sitting a few tables over who seem to just be kind of, having a meal after having just like a lunch, I guess, because it's lunchtime. You see two patrons at the bar. No one that really strikes you as suspicious in any way.
Okay.
All right.
So
So yeah, you all see this symbol on Samaris' hand.
when did you get this?
I received it when you all teleported into that other realm. When you all went in, I was the last one through, and as soon as Ooleth went in with Nicole, the portal closed behind. In order to regroup with you all and rejoin you, I spoke to an entity and asked for its help. He teleported me straight to the tower, which is how I managed to get there ahead of all of you. But in return, I had to make a deal to recover something for him.
What is it that you're required to recover?
Don't you help me out here.
The helm of Yogg-Sarin.
That.
No one recognizes the name.
Anyone proficient in history, perchance?
I usually am, but not this time.
No.
-1.
Same.
No. Then none of you
All
have
of us
any idea
fucking
of
idiots.
what it is.
Okay.
I'm a religion boy, not a history boy.
Great.
No, never mind.
No, you have no idea what it is then.
Yeah.
I believe if we looked in Naronk's book, we should be able to find some information.
My book?
Do we not know about that? Because I'm sure
You don't know about that book.
Oh, I'm sure we.
The only person that knows anything about it is that Nicole thinks it's like something to help me kill goblins.
Okay, then just ignore that
Well,
entire
no,
last section.
No,
No,
I know you're bullshitting me. But
remember,
I can't read the book.
I remember when I found something before you mentioned something about seeing it in your book, but I think that was out of character, and I've just
I think it was. It probably
Yeah.
was.
Maybe. Yeah.
So yeah, ignore that last sentence. So
That's
Huh,
fine.
retcon.
yeah, retcon that.
I know.
So
Yeah.
what do you know about this helm?
I do not know anything. That is the problem.
They didn't give you any information to
Right.
go on. They just said collect this thing, but we're not going to tell you what it looks like or where it is or what it is.
Gods and deities are typically purposefully vague. It's really
They're
annoying.
dicks.
Yeah.
Well,
This is why I hate religion.
I was
Oh my God.
going to try to do something tonight, and if I was successful, there was a chance I would be able to have access to probably one of the best libraries in Kalzir. There might be something on this deity or this item in there.
Are you breaking into a library?
And as Aberrant says that, Matrim gets a boner.
Knocks the table over. Knocks the table over.
Naronk.
That's just a rock hard and one.
Yeah.
Oh
boy.
Can everyone else just mute real quick and have
What
Laura
the
take off
fuck's
her
going
headset?
on? Oh my god.
Who is not muting?
Me.
Naronk. So
Oh.
if
I don't
you
know
could
what's
just
going
quickly take
on.
off your headset, that'd be great, Laura.
Okay, this is interesting. Where's my mute button? It's down.
With the mention of a powerful artifact. I would say that it's not super metagamey. I just wanted to point that out. It's not super metagamey.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
You're wrong to be like, hey, maybe there's something about that in the book that I have.
Yeah, I was thinking makes mental note to read.
I just
the book.
wanted to make that clear, just in case you were like, ugh.
Yeah.
Alright.
All good.
Yep, and Hanzo's gone.
And
Is that
my
always
Hanzo.
Hanzo? Like,
Why you do this to me?
Sorry, bro.
fucking everyone was fine. Hanzo.
Alright. Just had to quickly.
I
run
haven't
something
even
by
had myself kicked from
wrong.
muting yet.
No.
Alright, so yeah. That's
I've started muting with my actual mic to try stop that happening, but when I undeafened it, did it? So
Yikes.
Yeah.
This
Well,
So,
yeah.
hates EU
You're
FIFA.
planning a break-in?
Well, I mean, is it really breaking in if you used to live there? Like,
Yes.
If it's owned by someone else, yes.
It's
I
still
tried
owned
that
by
in a
the
court of
same
law. It
people.
does not work.
Not surprised.
As he says
Not
that,
surprised.
the cool looking like, what would you do?
Does it fucking matter?
Well, there is a chance I could.
He
I'm-
looks really sad.
I could also go back to this place, and there are other ways I would just be allowed inside. I just probably rather not do those, and breaking in is probably easier.
It's also illegal.
I'm not gonna take anything.
I mean,
I'm
does
not
she
going
care
in
about
there to
legality?
steal. I'm actually going in there to leave something.
I also think that most of us here have probably done things that are illegal.
For yourself.
Absolutely not.
Murder.
Admits to breaking the law. It says
Self-defense.
Me.
Self-defense is not breaking the law, right?
I'm gonna ignore them all and look at Tremaris and go, how pressing is your deadline? If you're very worried about this, I can suck it up and just confront some of the people in my past and go in there and get the information for you.
I do not know. I was given almost no information, but the mark suggests that this is probably serious and cannot. be
Kassarin,
ignored.
this man has purple smoke coming out of his hand.
So
I would suggest that uncertainty indicates strict deadline.
Can we take a second to appreciate how dope that is that I have fucking purple
That
smoke?
is, yeah,
coming out
that's
of my
pretty
hand?
cool.
you have the coolest tattoo going, lad.
Purple's best colour.
All right,
Gang
then
sign.
I'll look at Matcham and go, well,
Talk
you know
about a
how
body
we were
modification.
offered payment earlier for returning Ryagel? Maybe now instead of money, we just go back and ask for information instead. Because I know that there has to be something in that massive library of his
Or
that
we
speaks
get
about this.
both.
Both?
Again, actively ignoring, not even acknowledging that Neuronk spoke.
And she wonders why I do the things I do.
Because you're an ass.
He'll nod his head and say, yeah, we're going back.
Okay, but first I definitely need some rest before I go back there and some time to prepare.
So, field trip tomorrow.
We look that way. We
Is
are.
this something that you'd rather do alone or as a group?
Doesn't she end up doing everything alone?
Bran, I believe you wanted to take another trip to the magic shop. When you do, I would like to accompany you.
Okay. We can go.
I'm going to suggest that you all accompany Kassarin.
As much as I would rather do it by myself, I think our odds of success bode better if I have some people with me. Less likely that and they might be able to hold off some of their more negative reactions for a second.
All right.
I do have that impression on women.
As
So you say, and yet we've never seen any evidence of this.
no.
How many days are we not involved in fighting?
One so far.
Alright,
That's
I'm,
not
like,
true.
Days,
Not
days
very
without
long
fight.
days.
I'm gonna go upstairs
0.
and go have a
I mean,
very
when we're
long
traveling, there's
rest
not very
and
many
wake
women
up later
around,
this evening to go
And
do that.
none of y'all are my type, so I'm
You're
not
just
saying
going
you aren't pretty,
You're just going upstairs.
you're
to
just
say?
not my personal type.
Yeah, I need to
That's fine.
rest.
Just
I
as long
am,
as you hold the
aside from
30th.
physically drained, emotionally drained as well. I need to just.
Is anyone going
Just
to
a little
see
bit.
if there's rooms available?
Oh, yeah, true. That would help. I'll go do
Didn't
that
they-
first.
Didn't they say we like got rooms for like fucking whenever?
That
Oh, yeah,
was
'cause we-
2 weeks ago.
That was 2 weeks ago, bud.
I mean,
We haven't been here for
I
2
mean-
weeks.
Yeah, we
See
haven't
us
seen you in
walk
2 weeks. Does that like free rent thing still stand, Smile?
I mean, we did save your inn.
Hey, it's almost like we have a hideout.
Actually, yeah, can I just go start looking for, because we still remember the directions they gave us, can I leave the tavern and go start looking for that hideout to stay in instead?
Sure. Yeah.
That's probably more secure than
Yes.
an inn and won't cost us money. Who wants
Did
to
you
come
say
with?
that you're going to
coming.
the hideout?
I will now and say.
I will.
As
go
I
to the
stand up
bar.
to leave and mention that that's where I think it'll be best to rest for the evening, since clearly now, for once, it's not just me who has people looking for them right now.
I
Wait,
think
so we
rest
knew where the
is-
hideout was?
Yeah, they gave
Yeah,
us
we gave the
directions.
instructions.
Yeah, instructions
I
to
mean, we
find
didn't know how
it
to
in the
get
city.
in, but
And
they
how to
told us
get
where
in.
it is. No, we don't know how to get in.
Oh,
we don't
oh,
have
no,
the
we didn't.
pass. We know there's a password. Not been told the
We don't know
password.
what it is.
I
We told you to
think
change.
rest would do us all good. I will come with you.
Before we leave, I'm gonna go up to the bar and just buy another bottle of firewater.
What a surprise.
I'm gonna flick Narong's hat while I go past.
Does she flick it off my head?
No, I just like. I
How
just
hard
flick
is she
underneath it.
flicking it? Like,
I was just
Yeehaw.
wondering, you know.
With a great axe.
I mean,
Okay. Cool. So yeah, you go up to the bar and get another bottle of firewater, which will cost you for a bottle 20 gold pieces.
Woo. Okay.
You get a big bottle though. Like it's
Is
bigger
it the
than
same
bottle.
as the bottles that I have, or now it's a bigger bottle?
It's bigger.
We'll have
and,
2 times firewater, 1
It
times
has,
large fire.
it has. I'm just gonna say that's like a good 50 shots of firewater in there approximately. So
Okay.
Keep count.
track
do
of that.
I see him buy this?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay,
hiding.
When he turns back around and comes towards us, I'm just gonna like reach out my hands and do that.
And as you actually
like a baby,
look
just
at
like-
the
Yeah,
bottle,
like a baby.
you do see that the bottle looks different than the ones you have. You actually have this one has like a proper label on it, and you can see it just says this lake that's kind of depicted, and there's this big dragon flying over it, like just breathing fire onto the lake. That's kind of their branding.
Oh, that's pretty.
No, it's a dragon that can fly.
Is it a red dragon?
It's not there's no color in the image. It's just
Oh,
it's like
lame.
Black ink on like a yellowish label.
I need to talk to their printer.
I'd like to see you try.
Why don't we, Actanis? Why don't we travel this safe house that's been mentioned, and we'll crack open alcohol there?
You're so boring.
I don't really want to
You
get
can
arrested
drink
in the
and
middle
you
of the
can
street
walk
for
at the same
drinking.
time. Oh please, like that's.
I'm
not
pretty sure you
something
can't
that
get arrested for drinking.
So as you all get
I
ready
don't know, the
to
local customs
leave
here.
For
I stay in
to follow
temples.
the directions that you have of this hideout. You want to take a little break?
Yeah,
Bathroom
yeah,
break.
do a stretch.
Feed any
Do a
pets that
stretch.
need feeding, perhaps. Go do things. We'll pick
Punch
this
my
up in
skull.
approximately 5 minutes.
Yep, of course.
Liddy
Yep.
As a titty.
Oh my
Righty ho.
goodness.
in my biddy.
Okay, ready to go.
Do me a favor.
Let's
Get
do it.
me the Bacardi real quick.
Guess I'll throw my story out of the window.
Dutch has
Yeah.
a butler.
Sorry, Hansa. D&D
Could
comes
you just get
first.
me a glass? Like just
My fucking
rinse
game.
it?
Actually, it's the story.
Just drink the whole bottle.
Fucking alcoholism. When did you become Actanis?
I'm a Pepsi as well.
How
What?
dare
He
you?
can't hear you anyways.
Tell me I'm wrong,
Spends
Belle.
one?
Tell me that
You're
Actanis
wrong.
isn't an alcoholic.
She's not
Hi.
an alcoholic.
She
I think Narelle
drinks more than she
her.
All right.
breathes.
Hey, D&D, am I
Narelle
right,
would
guys?
have to be drunk to buy a hat like that.
She hasn't had
And,
drinking
and
too.
spends as much money as he did. You think Nicole's bad with money?
Nicole's the
Ask
only
him
one
for
that
a price.
knows, alright?
Nah.
Did you just rinse one? No.
Ask for a hat and giving someone 500 gold.
Do you give me the Pepsi as
But
well?
yeah, one of my favorite stories from school was when a guy's like older brother came to beat up one of his like bullies, and he was like on the field, like he came on the field as soon as that like our gym teacher saw that a stranger was in like the school hitting a kid, he just like full on run over and just like rugby tackled him to get around. And the gym teacher, being a gym teacher, was built like a fucking
Going
tank.
all the way.
You know what I mean? Like,
Have you noticed that in like all gym teachers are either fucking like built like a brick shithouse or like built like a fucking donut?
So,
Yeah.
Hanzo,
That's
this story is
wrong.
this story is not meant to one up you, but something similar happened to my friend Adam, who Laura has met. He was being
Adam.
bullied by people at a different school, and one of my friends, who she's also met, Laura, do you remember Andrew Dimmick, like the big guy?
Mm-hmm.
He drove his car onto their like soccer field
Holy shit.
while the gym class was going on, parked in the middle of the field, and like went to go like kick the shit out of the kid before the gym teacher was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
That's awesome.
Like, yeah.
Amazing.
Can I meet this guy?
Switch?
That's Duke asking if he can put his Switch in my charging port.
Oh,
No, he's trying to
I
play
was,
Smash.
I was
while
gonna
we
be
play
like,
Dungeon Select. Makes
fucking
sense, dude.
Duke. Dutch is just done with D&D. Just gonna sit
no,
here.
no, no.
Alright,
There's no
are we
character
ready-
out, bro.
Are we ready to get back into it, boys? Yeah.
Yeah.
And this has been story time with Dungeon Select.
So you guys,
Can we just talk about how this is
it's not a butt plug.
clearly a
It's-
butt plug?
It's a bottle stopper. What do you mean? It's like a what's your bottle stopper? Dude?
Clearly a butt plug.
It's lit.
Fucking Duke.
All right. Anyway, while I drink my rum and coke out of a fucking champagne glass, 'cause I need to do my dishes.
Nah, you look classy as
Have
shit,
Duke
bro.
on them forehead.
Do the finger.
All right. You guys, all leave the tavern. We're just gonna say, for the sake of brevity, you follow the instructions, and you find yourselves in front of a abandoned-looking building with a well in the garden. And let me scroll up in my notes again, because this was meant for like sessions ago. You just never went there.
You're
Making me
welcome.
angry. Making me very mad. No.
Welcome to Dungeon Select.
Welcome to Dumbass.
Let's move my.
Wow, wow,
How's it?
wow.
Oh no.
Boom. Okay, yeah. It's an abandoned-looking house, but as you get close, who here is proficient in Arcana?
None of us. We've gone
None
over
of
this.
you?
None of us, yeah, none of us do Arcana.
100%
Okay.
none of us.
That's really
Uh,
bad.
Can I just
I have a
say,
minus
can I
one.
can I
No
just
history,
say,
no
for the sake
Arcana.
of being a spellcaster, Tremaris, could you make an Arcana check?
yeah, with my +1.
It's better than me.
Ram doesn't cast smells.
That's the
Spoiler.
same as me.
I have a +1 to Arcana.
I know, I'm fucking memeing Dutch. It's a different
I
character.
rolled a 7.
Okay.
Can
You're not
I
sure
try?
what it
I
is.
cast spells.
Sure.
Can
We
I
have to at
try?
this
I
point.
cast spells
Sure.
by being angry.
No,
A
you don't.
5?
That's a lie.
A literal 5.
Lit. Okay. You all.
I got an 18, but a -1, so 17.
You feel that there's definitely some magic emanating from this, the entire structure. And as you get close, you can very, very, very vaguely see the shimmers of something that looks not natural. It's just like there's just this like vague shimmer of some kind of aura kind of surrounding the premises.
So I rolled a 17. Would I know what this is? Because I think I know what it is, but would Bran know what this is?
You get the sense that it's some form of illusion.
I'll relay that to the pie.
And the rest
Well,
of
it's
the party
illusion.
has had
An illusion.
an encounter with something
trickery.
before when was not counting Aberan and Narank.
Oh,
When you
shit.
first found that entrance to that underground tomb with all the sarcophagi,
Yes.
there was this
Where
like,
I lost my fucking hand out.
illusion of these big rocks that were actually not rocks. It's kind of a similar visual you're seeing here. That's the closer you get, the more out of place certain things look, I guess. So do with that information what you, as you will.
Well,
Do
if it's
any
illusion
one
looks,
of
I would probably just
you
walk right through. So
remember-
I try to walk through.
Please hit a wall. Please hit a wall.
Because
Please
that's
hit a
how
wall.
illusions work.
Mimic house
It's
smile.
the fence around is definitely a real fence. So like you walk into a fence, and that's a
Okay.
real fence.
It's real fence.
Um,
It does not knock off my hat though, right?
no, it does not.
Okay.
Hey guys, real fence.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Real fence, guys.
But
Let me in.
But as you like, do you go to open the fence? The little
Sure.
gate? Okay. You open it, and it opens like a
Immediately
real
die.
fence, like a real fence gate would. And then once you step in, you see, and only you see, the building change. What was looking like a very abandoned looking building now looks like a fancy house made of a mixture of birch, like light birch wood and dark spruce finishes, and fancy decoration on the main door, and the well that you saw in the garden now doesn't look like a well anymore. It changed into somewhat of a like an archway with a staircase kind of like spiraling down.
I think we're okay to get in, guys.
Yeah. Now you guys still see Narank, you just don't see what he sees when it comes to the building.
Okay.
Oh, hearing
You
him.
might
I'll
see.
follow.
Okay,
Yeah, I
and
guess.
as you all step like up past the threshold of the gate, you all see this change happen now, where once stood this dilapidated old abandoned building, now stands a pretty fancy looking building.
I will go knock on the door.
Okay. So you knock on the door, and a visual of a giant spectral head floats out of the door.
Lit.
Like pretty
Behind
big,
the
like the
curtain.
size of the entire door.
What the fuck?
And you hear a voice in the back of your head ask you a question. It asks, what item were the group of adventurers sent to retrieve when they first got in contact with Archmage Brassband?
I don't know about that, do
Chromosphere.
I?
The chromosphere.
Narank?
Does it only, does it only ask
no,
Only
Narank?
Narank hears the question because he's
Oh,
the
only Narank heard.
I think it's been mentioned in passing.
Yeah,
I think we told. I think we told the wrong the entire history, right?
Yeah, they-
We
Yeah,
got
you
it.
have
We-
been told
Will
this
he
is
put that
wrong.
together?
Yeah,
About
you
the
have
Chromosphere?
been-
Yeah, it's
yeah,
true.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. The chromosphere.
And as you say that, you hear a rumble, and
What the fuck's chromosphere?
you hear a rumble, and instead of what
Sphere,
you expect to be
bro.
the door opening, you suddenly see just a path of arcane light kind of arc in the direction of the archway down the yard that leads into like a spiraling staircase down. And it's kind of like, you know when you like playing games and sometimes
It's like
there's
auto movement?
this like no, it's like just like this continuous like just beam of light kind of like shining, almost like just guiding you, like this is where you have to go, like it's like like that.
Oh, kind of like the clairvoyant spell in Skyrim.
Yeah.
Me,
Lit.
blow.
Okay.
Where are the wisps?
Yeah, I follow that.
I'm gonna.
So you all follow?
I'm
Yeah.
gonna follow you.
Yeehaw.
Okay. And as the last person like enters the archway, you hear another rumble as the staircase down, what was once this spiraling staircase that goes just, when you look like over the railing, just goes down just infinite, like just almost infinitely looking. You see that somewhere down the staircase you see a wall kind of just break itself through the like a wooden wall kind of break through the stone. This what normally would be a stone wall, and a door with that, kind of giving you the sense of that's probably where they want us to get off.
Well, I'll go that way. Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay.
I'm gonna just keep on following Narunk the whole way. Wherever Narunk goes, Nicole's going.
All right.
Cute. Couple
Jump
goals.
off the edge.
from
All right. So you guys all enter this doorway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Righty ho. As you enter, you are met with. Let me see. I had this description written down somewhere, but it's up there in my notes, dude. Hang on.
What a note.
There we go. It starts off as just a hallway with like a little bit of a ramp of staircases that kind of take you down a little more, and you are met in this kind of marble-like material opening, like hallway that leads into like a big room. 2 doors. You see to the right, and you see that past this room, the structure continues down another ramp and seems to lead around a corner somewhere. You do not see any people. You do see some specters, similar to the specters that kind of chill at the Archmage's Tower, like the spectral servants, kind of floating around and about, doing all kinds of random things.
Can I ask one of the spectral servants where bedrooms would be?
As one of the you approach the spectral servant, he just kind of looks at you and immediately turns around, and you see him float towards one of the doors, and he enters it. And not even a few seconds later, you hear this loud, and it starts to go faster and faster as now the door slams open, and this big Goliath that looks familiar comes running up towards you. Big dragon like tattoo on his chest. I haven't seen you guys in forever. How have you been? I was welcome to our humble abode, I suppose. How are you guys doing? Am I the first one you meet? Because if so, then I can give you the grand tour. Which it's quite good, this place.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you are. We just got here.
It's very humble.
It'll do the job. We've I'll show you around. There's some new people that you haven't met yet. Nicole, you're still the blue dragonborn, you right? You didn't like.
I am still. Yeah, I've not even attuned to the hatters yet. I've like.
And then he looks at you. He's like, "Oi, it's been a little while. You wanna maybe once you have time, of course, have a little rematch on that wrestle on the other time that I it's been a while. I've done some training. I think I can really beat you this time."
Oh, I'm okay. I'd never let you down, would I? I'll have to accept such a challenge for money as well. Yeah, just make it even more interesting.
You get a better look at him, and one arm is just like.
Just been going out with the
He's a
bicep
big guy,
all
but it's
day,
the only
dude.
one that's like Nicole has like properly like that was.
I've
after,
destroyed
like,
him.
Lost streak, you'd fucking destroyed him. Yeah.
Hey, man,
Alright,
beat
so
my
yeah,
trainer one
follow
time.
me. I'll show you the others first. There's a couple of new faces for you to meet. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, this is home. This is where we do all of the research, and Brassband is here sometimes to kind of oversee. We have a couple of new faces. We actually have some pretty important people that tend to visit as well. One of them was what's his name? Oh, I don't remember the name, but he's like the regent of the Expanse. Like the man in charge under the Empress. He has opted to come by often and kind of have a check-in to make sure that we don't do anything, I don't know, stupid, I guess. And then I can show you the bedrooms. There's one room reserved for all of you, with like I don't know, like 8 beds or something. I don't know. That's you've gathered quite a name for yourselves around these, but there's a couple of people that, even me just knowing you, like he's got me. There's you're quite well known.
As he says that, Narunk like tips his hat a little bit, trying to draw some attention to it.
See if he sees it. Hang on.
You're doing this to the biggest fucking idiot we know.
You look different. You got like a new coat or something?
As he says that, Narog just looks so sad, dude.
I just imagine this,
Like
almost
Narog
like
is the
this-
saddest of boys.
I just imagine this huge hat, and he's there like.
What is it?
Roll the natural 2 on this perception, dude. Like, he has no idea. He doesn't know what he's
my
doing.
old friend.
Tarnus is just gonna like tap him on the back, just like it's okay.
Hey guys, I got a new hat. Who gives a shit?
Right, so
I
first
got
of all,
fucking hate you.
follow me and I'll give you the tour. So yeah, this room over here, come on, and he's kind of like starts talking. This is where the archmages that are assigned to this little cult, ordeal, council, whatever they go by nowadays. We have that guy, you know, and he points at a big furbolg in blue robes. He's mentioned that he's met you before. He's fuck, what's his name? Idoras or something. He's mentioned having met you before. I don't think Raspend is here right now.
Good.
Same as Tema and Lausanne. They both are off scouting out some place that we have some possible leads on. Rokul should be around here somewhere. It's kind of hard with him. He tends to, especially like the past, I don't know, few weeks, he's been taking on the look of someone new every day to kind of throw off the whole people are looking for him kind of thing. So he's not really been his Dragonborn self for about a month now, I'd say so. Yeah, he's around somewhere down here, I don't know. And as you kind of walk in, you see Idoras kind of bent over a desk with a lot of books and notes. He looks at you and just smiles and nods. And then there's two faces that you don't recognize. One of them is a gold scale Dragonborn, wearing similar blue robes. And a human female, looking quite young, late teens, early 20s, if you had to like put a stamp on it. Long blonde hair, very bright dark eyes, and a very pale skin tone, which would suggest that she's not from these parts originally, but kind of got assigned to be here in the Expanse. The Golden Dragonborn has a couple of scars on his face and seems quite old. Like a lot of his golden scales have kind of lost the shine a little bit. It's a little more of a dull looking gold color. Bright green eyes. And they kind of stop what they're doing and look at you very expectingly. And you can roll a perception. What's your past perception? Anyone in particular?
Fucking low. 13.
17.
16.
13.
I think
Okay,
Matrim's the highest.
So Matrim, you hear
15.
like you hear the 15. Okay, so Matrim is as well.
So do I. then.
Oh, you too?
It's
No.
over me. Yeah, 16, bro.
Alright, dude.
Come
My
on.
bad, Dad.
He's too busy crying into his hat.
You hear for a second, like right before the room kind of falls quiet, this younger looking female look at the Dragonborn. Is that them? Is that the Crusaders? Is that them? We're gonna
Oh, that's a
kind of-
name.
Oh
kind
god.
The Crusaders, what the fuck, dude?
It's not
if you
bad.
wouldn't know any
Stop.
better, like kind of starstruck a little bit.
Bitch.
And the golden scale Dragonborn kind of just motions her to be quiet and looks at you, walks up to you, and goes to shake the hand of Nicole first.
Nicole straight grabs it
Uh,
and shakes it.
the name's Archmate Tiberon. I've been assigned here by Brassband to help translating the various books and documents that arrive here that have something to do with the council. Welcome to, I guess, your new home. And then he points at the human, and like he openly greets everyone else, but he shook Nicole's hand and openly greets everyone else.
Favoritism, dude.
And nods towards the young
Disgusting.
human female and says, that is Archmage Aleria. She is a very young Archmage, and she's a little bit of a fan of your work so far, so just try to, look past that.
How's that spell?
Oh,
How's that spell?
man.
What?
How's that spelled?
Illyria?
Yeah.
Is her
A-
last name Windrunner?
You got it. Alleria.
Thank you.
I'm just waiting for Sophie
how-
to ask the question.
Tiberon is just Tiberon.
Yeah, I got that one.
How
I got
many
that.
of you archmages are there?
If you count Brassband, who's not here all the time, there's 4 of us currently working on the project. Us 3.
Oh, I meant like just overall. How many archmages are there here?
Like in the world, you mean?
Yeah.
Hundreds?
Oh shit.
Why do you ask?
I thought there was a lot less of you. Just seems like I'm meeting a new one every day.
How many have you met so far?
I haven't met Brassband, have I? I don't think
No,
I have.
you're not.
No.
So this is probably like the first
2.
second archmage. So you meet 3 archmages, and you think that is a lot.
I've seen many more. I just don't generally talk to them because me and magic.
Some would argue that the weapon you carry on your back has some form of magic to it. It's
Nah,
not
it
a
just
very
goes
common
boom.
thing to see. It just goes boom. Well, I can clearly tell he's the brain of the operation here.
Obviously. I'm also
Bran
the most
openly laughs at this.
charming, and I wink at Alira.
Just roll a fucking. Can you just roll a charisma check?
Just straight charisma?
Straight
Yeah.
charisma, yeah.
Oh,
I was
fuck,
waiting
just
Because
for
there's
you,
no
like,
there's
you
no
know, keep your
flirting
shit.
roll, so charisma's
No,
the
not really.
closest there is.
Yeah, bro. Let's go.
just-
16. Let's go.
You see her kind of just like smile slyly, like very shy, and just kind of like tries to hide.
Does
it
she
a little bit,
blush?
but- little bit. She's a little flustered.
A little bit. All right.
No.
I'm with that.
I should probably let you know that Brassband has kind of when he went to get the supplies that he needs and the go ahead of this, he had a meeting with the Empress and the Lord Regent of all the Lord Regents and Judge Elwyn and a couple of high officials in the military force of at least Kalzir. And he branded you as something called the Arch Crusaders. I personally think it's a little bit of a over-the-top name, but it's just if you just hear someone say, "Hey, is that the Arch Crusaders?" You'll know that it's about you.
Yeah, it doesn't really roll off the tongue.
It does not, and it's terrible. But these
The Musketeers sounds much better.
high-ranking officials kind
No.
of like
I would rather.
to have the flashy names because it makes you sound a lot less like the ragtag group of mercenaries that you are, if you will. No offense, of course.
None taken.
I mean, I've had worse names in the past. This one's
Oh,
Okay.
Everyone is well aware of you, Julia, or should I say, Keseran, and your past. And I think I'm free to say that law enforcement knows of your involvement in this project. Brassband had to spill some tea in order to get the go-ahead on this, and you are being watched, but I think it's a little safer for you to run around without a disguise. Just don't be
Bye, Gypsy.
stupid.
oh
Pog.
wow.
Shamar's some friends,
Okay. That's a lot of information I don't really know how to process right now.
I understand. It is. Think of it as the way that they told me is there's going to at some point still be a court case to discuss everything. But think of it as the more good you do, the better a chance you will have in said court case, which will happen as soon as all of this cult stuff is dealt with. So do with that information what you will. You know?
So you're saying we can't turn her in for a reward anymore?
I do not think so, since she's now technically working for the law enforcement in a way.
All right.
Yeah, they would just. I would not recommend trying to turn her in, and I think she can put up a fight. Giving her track record, I'm pretty sure she knows how to handle herself, even if you try.
She gets kind of hard.
All right. Anyway, to continue your tour. If anything you want to know, feel free to ask. Yeah, so this is the room that we use to do most of our research. And as you look around now, there's a bunch of just like bookcases upon bookcases and books and everything, and there's a bunch of. It's pretty messy. Like all the tables and desks are very messy, but it's definitely shows that there's a lot of work being done here. You see various pedestals with various interesting looking artifacts that have like all kinds of colors and shines to them that you wouldn't even know how to describe half of them. But there's a lot of stuff. They're looks like the archmages have really put as much resources as they have towards this project because it's something that they deem important. Right, yeah. So before Goldie over here interrupted me, this is the room where all the big brains do the work in, and yeah, if you wanna, you can feel free to use any read any books you want to read or whatever. If you have any questions about brainy stuff, ask Goldie. If you have any questions about, you want to continue to talk, we'll talk more about the more, the less delicate things that we do around here. And he turns around and leaves the room and just kind of looks at you to see if you follow him still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess.
I
What?
don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay,
Ooh.
fair enough.
Shady
Really?
motherfucker! I knew it. No.
Shut the fuck up.
He's trying to place pipe bombs.
You just stay behind?
Yeah, and I want to have a conversation with Illyria.
Okay.
Whoa.
So yeah, you
Don't know my
guys.
girl.
Is everyone else just leaving the room with Mokin?
Yep.
Fair enough. Right, so that's the big brainy room, as I said, and then follow me, and he walks down the room to the other door that's there. This is a little bit of a sparring / training area that we have here. If we find some new weapons or just want to have a little brawl to see. There's a couple of like me, Tamar, Roku, and Lausanne who get sent on field missions a lot. Kind of spar here, try get better with different weapons and all that. So that we can become a master at more than just the weapon that we are used to. So yeah, feel free to use this room as well whenever you guys want to train and he points at this racks and racks and racks of weapons, from swords to mauls to bows to crossbows. Literally
I can
any
replace
form
my
of weapon.
crossbow.
Any form of weapon that you can think of that is, not super interesting and intricate, is there in multitude, just kind of hung up on several racks and shelves and all that. And you also see just a bunch of dummy targets spread out around the room with big crosshairs like painted on them. It's like a proper just sparring / training room. Right, so yeah, this is where we do some, if we have some frustrations or want to train, we kind of just bump our heads together in all in good fun, of course. Right, so follow me, and I'll take you down to the sleeping quarters. And you follow him out of the room, and you go down the little ramp, and there's a tunnel that kind of bends to the right. And you are met by, after walking down the tunnel, there's 6 doors, 3 on each side. This first door on the left is the bedroom that got assigned to me, Lausanne, Roku, and there's 5 beds in there. So Tamar also stays there. The next door over is where the archmages stay, and then the last one on the left is a single room. It's a meeting room. If things need discussing, that's where all the big brains come together and really start making plans, if you will. Whenever the Empress or the regent visits, that's typically where they receive him and keep him up to speed. Them, I should say. And to the right here, there's this first door as a big bedroom set up for you guys. There's around 8 beds in there. Eight beds. Every bed comes with your own personal little storage chest and little dresser area. So yeah, feel free to use that as you will. The second door to the right also leads to the same room. It's a pretty big room. And then the final door on the right is a supply closet, if you will. There's just some random odds and ends there that we don't really use day to day. But yeah, that's the tour, really. That's it. This is it's home, I guess, since I mean, yeah, even me, I'm on the shit list now as well, I suppose, because you know I'm involved with all of this. So, yeah, just make yourselves at home, claim a bed. You look pretty tired, so if you need to get a little nap in, then yeah, feel free.
Yeah, I'll just
I
go
think,
claim a bed right away and practically pass out with all like my
right,
gear
I
and shit
think,
still on.
There's not really. Just talk to Goldie whenever you're ready to get some more information on the current status of it all, if you will. Don't call him Goldie, by the way. He hates it. Or do, I don't mind. Yeah. So, yeah. Welcome home, I guess. Arch Crusaders. It's a bloody dumb name, but it's.
We need a better name than that.
The Empress
Yeah,
quite
we should
liked
probably
it,
have a meeting
and
about
so yeah,
that.
but yeah, like on the record, your name is now the Arch Crusaders.
Tramaris and friends.
And,
that's just
oh
Tramaris,
wait,
though.
before I forget,
I'm
he
all
kind of
for it.
Steal my
reaches-
joke,
he
Kuiper.
kind of reaches like in between, like the
The Six Musketeers.
the loincloth that he's wearing, and he whips out a note and hands it to any one of you. Really, it's like I have a note here that was from Theonel.
I will grab that.
Was working on something for you guys in commission by the Lord Regent, something to help you when you're in the field. So yeah, just take this to the Archon Emporium, and I think they'll set you up. I don't know what it's for, but
Snag, dude.
all right. Matcham, you're having a little chat. What do
You said your name was Illyria, right?
Well, I didn't
Alira.
say, but I guess you know, Goldie kind of he hates being called Goldie, by the way. Yeah,
but-
Illyria, and you're who are you? Because I don't remember there being a mention of two Ganassis.
See, that's the problem that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Before I tell you my name,
Yes.
I need to know some information.
Right. Well, I mean, you made it this far, so I guess I can trust you.
What is it that you and the other archmages do? What is your daily agenda?
We have this book that is quite a big book written in Abyssal that got retrieved from Rayson's home that has information on all the other cult members, and we just translate it and then give our scouts some potential leads to track down said cult members, and that way, once we actually find a lead that's viable, we get in contact with the Crusaders, and they go and nip it in the bud. That's kind of our day to day. Yeah.
Without sounding rude, what do you do that is of importance? Because why did it take you this long as a group of people fighting up against a cult to select worthy people to fight against them?
Well, to
More
be fair,
specifically, why did it take you 10 plus years to reach out to Kassarin?
well, to be fair, when this all started, there was no knowledge of the cult. That was just something that happened to come to be after, I think it was Rokul who reported that he mistrusted someone at the Keldlar's Hunters, and that kind of snowballed. There was no knowledge of the cult at all until a few months ago. And I'd say that since then we've actually uncovered quite a lot of information. No offense.
How many people outside of this hideout know about the cult?
The
Who
Empress,
you would trust?
The Empress, the Lord Regents of the provinces, and Judge Elwyn, and some high-ranking officials within the military force of Kalzir.
People with power, yes?
Yes.
So, why are you relying on a group of ragtag adventurers to deal with what could essentially be the end of the world, when in reality you have countries at your disposal?
Panic control, first of all. And they are expendable, to be quite blunt.
Get fucked, us.
Not
Way
that
to
I,
shit on our ego.
not that I hope or assume that anything would happen, but if, say, the Lord Regent or a high-ranking official gets killed, that would cause a lot more trouble than when people that really don't have many ties.
My name is Matrim Nabir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a member of the Cult of Raskil.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess I should say I was. And it pains me to know that the person that I love is effectively expendable, at least in the eyes of some very powerful wizards and mages.
Well,
I'm concerned about the idea that you didn't know who I was.
I never said I didn't. That's an assumption you made, which you assumed wrong. I'm well aware of who you are, Pira. And the fact that you're standing here in our underground, unknown base of operations means that Crusaders trust you. I'm well aware of your history with one of the members. I don't think you're not being watched.
I would hope that you are.
Oh yes, trust me.
I'm having this conversation with you because I don't think I can continue with the group of 6. And I want to do what I can to help.
Well, I think if you would choose to remain here, help us, feed us any information you have, help us translate the various transcripts, books that we have, help us track down your former allies, would benefit the group, would benefit us, would benefit the realm, and would give you a chance to prove yourself and your allegiancy to the higher-ups. Maybe that way you won't be watched as much anymore once you get to that point. You could always use more people, especially those that have experience with these people.
And people who are expendable.
Those two.
Can we keep this conversation between the two of us?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna go get some sleep.
Like I said, it's not that I wish any ill intentions on these people. The fact of the matter is that the general public would be a lot less affected if one of these people would come to pass than as when Lord Regent, a high-ranking officer, or maybe even one of the archmages come to pass. And I think that you would agree if you had any form of self-awareness.
I'm gonna go get some sleep. And then he walks off.
Okay. Alright, yeah, so you see Mokin kind of trot along back up into the big room. Oi, you're new. And we've had some information given to us about who you are and all that. Don't fuck up. Alright? You people already killed one of my best mates. It'd be a pleasure to kill you if you fuck up. Right? Your friends are down the hall. First room on the right.
And he'll keep walking without saying anything.
Alright, so yeah, you
Mokin left.
Yes.
Ari, Nicole have gone up to him,
Mhm.
and you just let me know when you're ready for that rematch, Mokin. You know where to find me.
Oh. There's nowhere for you to run now.
I give him like a bit too heavy pat on the back, like fucking just like clasp on shoulder, like.
You hear a very faint. Alright, and then he trots along. Alright, so now Matcham joins you in the room. Have you guys already like all claimed the bed? I assume?
Sure. I got the one close to the door.
Before I go sleep, could I go hunt down and speak to one of the archmages?
Yeah, sure. You
Awesome.
can just go back up to the room where they were, and you'll see all three of them: Idoras, Tiburon, and Illyria, all in that same room that they were in.
Okay, I'll just approach one at random.
Okay.
Oh, preference. And just say, when my voice actually works. Excuse me.
Yes.
I was wondering if I could get your help with something.
Of course.
As someone talented with magic, I know how to use magic to send messages to people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's a spell you are very aware of.
Yes, of course.
I was wondering if you would know how to imbue that spell upon an item to allow people without magical abilities to cast
Well,
it.
as a matter of fact, we commissioned something at the Arcana Emporium that I trust Mokin has given you a note about. I think you would find that that particular item, or that set of items, I should say, would allow you to communicate, at least with each other, at bigger distances, if need be.
Walkie talkies.
Well, thank you for your help.
No problem. Say, do you mind if I ask you a question?
I do not mind.
When you entered this place, I got notified by one of our various glyphs that we have in place that
Our evil magic sensor. Well,
pretty much, yeah. that
Wee
you
woo.
seem to carry an item, but also something on your person that has particularly foreign magic imbued to it. I trust that this is something you are in control of.
Yes.
And
I
if
am
not,
in control of
then
it.
we might be able to help research into this a little more. Any
For
kind of
now,
this
the matter
looks
is
at
in
you.
control, but should I need your assistance, I will come to you.
In control.
Not in control.
I'm not telling them the details.
All right. Just be careful. Foreign types of magic can be very dangerous, even to the most experienced magic user.
I'm like fucking stood there with like this staff that's like purple and glowy on top, and a fucking sword that's like
And then the fucking
yeah, smoke
Smoke around your
rising
palm,
out of my
yeah.
palm. Like yeah, it's
funny
just
that you
totally
mentioned the
under
sword.
control.
Plus that sword that you have. That is one of the artifacts of the Sundering, is it not?
I believe so. Yes.
I would like to ask you, how did you find this particular one?
I encountered it on another plane. While we were dealing with a certain aspect of the cult, we were teleported to another plane and I found it there.
Alright. There are a lot of artifacts out there, and I think finding more of them and getting to know them might give you the edge you need against the more stronger members of the cult. So there are books out there. I can give you some books if you wanted to look into those and potentially find some more of them. We might be able to help you out, you as a group.
I do enjoy reading and would like to look over those books if you do not mind.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, I'll give you. Okay, and he just kind of mutters to himself a little bit as he walks to the bookcase, and he comes out with a pretty thick leather-bound book, like literally like this fucking big. In this, you will find information about all 25 artifacts of the Sundering and their last known location, and as well as the type of individual that would be required to properly bond with said items, if you will. Some of the items lean more towards the more malicious types of people, whereas others lean more towards the more good-willing individuals that walk the realm. I think this might help you on your adventure, especially if you need to arm up against the more stronger individuals in the council.
I thank you for your assistance. Now I need to rest, so I will leave you to your work.
Thank you. I'm sure you've already seen the bedroom that has been reserved for you. Whenever you and your friends have rested, come see me, and we'll discuss going forward.
I will see you in the morning then.
How late is it?
Like halfway through the afternoon at this point. But then again, you have been up for a long time.
We didn't sleep.
And went through a lot of fucking fighting, so if you go to bed now, it wouldn't be weird if you just wake up the next morning, because you've had a long fucking day.
Yeah. I'm just debating whether it would be
2 weeks.
better to sleep now or later. If I wanted to do something, potentially.
That depends on what you want to do, bro.
Yeah, I know.
As I get back to the group, I'll just say, which one did I speak to?
Tiburon, the golden dragonborn.
Golden.
Yeah, when I get back to the group, I'll just say, Tiburon wants to see us once we have rested.
We should probably rest.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Especially I've got this match of Moken coming up. I probably should rest up. And Nicole will fucking the most middle bed he'll go to.
The most middle bed.
I know,
So
in
as you
eight,
guys
it's
fucking
all
centrist.
get ready for a well-deserved long rest.
Slightly on the left
now,
one.
properly leveled up, first of all.
Woo!
Hey!
Hold up.
Naronk, anything you want to do before you go Betty bye?
So, if it's late afternoon, I want to skim through the weapon book for the name of that helm, because, you know, woo-woo, powerful weapons, that's probably one of them.
As well?
Yes, you can.
I like to imagine it's a race. Like,
Basically, what it is
We're
Tremaris
both like looking over each other, skimming through books.
Tremaris now has just a more
Except you can't read mine.
more in-depth, detailed version of what the book that you have, pretty much, Naronk.
Great.
With more research done into each one of them.
I get it. He's got a better dick than me. It's fine.
Yeah, pretty much.
I am a giant, so.
But yeah, so you both kind of skim
That's
through,
a
and you're looking.
proportion.
I'm presuming you're looking for the Crown of Yoxerin, right?
Mhm. Yep.
Okay. Funnily enough, Naronk, you start where you stopped reading last time, which was the Play Mail of Senomin.
And it's right there.
You go to the next page, and it mentions the Boots of Trotting. Skim through the next few pages that are about the boots, and you find the Cloak of the Raven Queen. And the artifact mentioned after that is Crown of Yoxerin. And doesn't come with like any drawing or depiction of it. The description says that the crown is made from a smooth metal and has a tiny pink gem inlaid in the center of it. And is rumored to be only used by those with a strong will, because those with a weaker will might succumb to the whisperings of a darker being and go mad.
It's great, dude.
Uh,
Does it say where?
Tamaris,
I run like I was. What's hilarious is there's a crown that can cause people to go mad, and like one of the spells I was really considering taking was Crown of Madness. I was like,
Crown of Madness is lit, okay?
It's a lit spell, yeah. Tamaris, you skim through the book, and eventually you also get to a section that speaks of the Crown of Yoxerin. But before you do, you happen upon a page that says Flourish. And there's a big drawing of the sword that you now carry around with you. This big, just black bone for a hilt, jagged blade, and it actually gives you a more in-depth description of its capabilities were you to bond with it. I would like everyone to go mute for a quick bit, and Laura to take off her headset.
I think me and Sword are getting along just fine.
Shit, where's my button?
Chimeras.
Yeah.
You find the chapter dedicated to a blade called Flourish. It says this jet black metal short sword is very imperfect with lots of edges, curves, and jagged, rough corners on it. With a charred bone for a hilt, and it says that this blade feeds on the nightmares and rests within the Iron Tower in the Demiflame Nightmares. And it says to awaken to whoever who owns the blade in its dormant state, to awaken its next state would require an act of true fearlessness. And then eventually, if you want to reach the exalted state, after you've reached the awakened state, it would require a certain sacrifice. You do get an inkling of, it says in its dormant state, it describes how you can jam it into the ground and create these dark black crystals that pierce out of the ground. And then the awakened state says that the blade will not only scar enemies physically, but will start hurting them mentally as well. And that it will allow you to cast spells through the weapon. Which ones is not known. And the exalted state, it says that when reaching the exalted state of Flourish, whenever you deal a blow that does extreme damage, the blade will attempt to take over its wielder, and the wielder will lose self-control for a split second and go into a flurry of blows of 3 strikes against anyone around him, dealing additional both physical and mental damage to whoever you strike.
Does it mention what the sacrifice is to reach a solid state?
No, it does not.
Okay.
All it says is that in order to be able to do the sacrifice, you need to reach the awakened state first.
And awakened is act of fearlessness.
Act of true fearlessness, yes.
Yeah.
And then you gloss over the Crown of Yoxerin, and you see this drawing of a... It's not really a crown or a helmet. It's more of like a... It's almost like a metal headband, but there's this pink crystal inlaid in the middle. It said Yoxerin used to be one of the demigods revered by the various abyssal creatures, but most predominantly by Illithid. And that it is rumored to be in the possession of one of the Illithid commanders resting in the Underdark under the Mystery Mountains. And that rings a bell, because that is where you found Yesterhearth, this the Drow Elf town within the Mystery Mountains that was under attack by Illithid. So you get a good sense of that's probably a good place to start. And it says that if the person trying to attune to this item is not driven mad, it will increase their intelligence by significant amounts, and give them various abilities normally only wielded by Illithid. So you can read people's minds, cast spells through the crystal in the middle. And it also has a passage that various Illithid or other gods from the realm beyond seek to unlock this crown's true potential, as it could be something that could bridge the gap between their realm and the normal realm. That's it.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. That was a really long sword description.
When I wake up by the way, Dutch, after we've
Yes?
slept.
Mhm.
I want to do the ritual to make my sword my pact weapon.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Anyone else want to do
That's a
anything?
thing I
before
can
they
do now.
Hit the hay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy.
When it gets to about evening time, and I've finished like skimming through that book, unless there is more I could read in that time.
Oh yeah,
Sure.
definitely. It like it fully depends on how long are you planning to stay awake to read through the book.
Till like 6, 7ish. Not super
So
long,
like
but-
3 to 4 hours ish.
yeah, 3 to 4 hours. Yeah.
Okay. You get the chance to read more about the boots of trotting.
Okay.
These boots are inlaid with a special material to make the wearer feel a lot more comfortable with walking long distances. These blue leather boots seem very sturdy, and on the back of these shoes, there are these tiny blue wings embroidered.
Ooh.
No location, no idea of what it does, but there you go. Cloak of the Raven Queen. Cloak completely made from black feathers and worn by the champion of the Raven Queen, Elias Endiron, who got laid to rest in his homestead of Zaklir after serving the champion of his patron in life. He now serves her in the Shadowfell by her side.
Oh.
Clown of Yoxarin, which we already went over.
Yep.
Agony.
Great name.
A flare. Utilized in countless forms of torture and slow executions, these hooked chains of this brutal weapon still smell of the dried blood and rot. It's evil.
No location.
And no location.
Okay.
And Silencer. This shadow-touched heavy crossbow once served as a weapon of choice for the legendary assassin Tianora the Voidwalker. Location unknown.
That sounds amazing, though.
That's what you get.
Fuck
to
having a
read.
gun, dude. I can get that.
That's what you get to read until you decide to put down the book.
All right. And then once I've done that, I'm gonna go looking for Illyria. Illyria. Sorry, my bad.
Can't
All
even
right.
remember her name.
She
Another
remembered their
name.
name.
Yeah.
Fucking walks up. What up, Janice?
Women don't need names. Women's are objects. What?
Whoa.
Ooh, okay.
Quote, Tape Gypsy 2019. Clip it. Clip
Someone
it.
quote it.
Clip it. Clip it and quote it.
Uh,
Right
Out of
now.
context completely. Someone.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
just
okay,
insane.
yeah, you can walk up. You just assume that they're still in the room doing the research, which they are. And as you walk in, you notice that Lyria kind of looks at you and just immediately like looks away, just kind of like try and act cool, kind of thing. She's a little flustered.
And Goldie's still there?
Yeah, everyone. Edoras is there. Goldie's there.
Fuck. Or not. Fuck it. Alright.
Do it.
I'm gonna walk up to Illyria.
Illyria, yes.
Illyria. Why do I keep saying Illyria, dude?
I don't know.
Because a mirror.
Yeah, stop.
Mira.
Maybe, dude. I don't know.
Alcira. Lyra.
Yeah,
Dude, everyone has a fucking name that sounds like that.
This one doesn't though, which is kind of the thing.
I know.
This one doesn't.
This one.
I actually walk up to her and she looks at you. Can I help you?
Yeah, I was wondering if you wanted to maybe get a drink together tonight.
I would, but I'm quite busy with the business that we do here.
I mean, you gotta take a break sometime.
Yeah, I do. And when I do,
just not
I go home to my boyfriend and we have dinner.
Shut the
Take
fuck
the hint.
down.
The wrong.
Fair enough. Had to ask, and I will walk out.
She just like, you can hear her kind of like giggle to herself as you turn around.
Your face.
I'm finding out who her boyfriend is, dude.
I'm killing it.
It's that goblin.
Is that going?
Oh, what the fuck, dude? Holy shit, that's
Ooleth's
interesting.
brother, and she's playing us all
Um,
along.
Okay, is everyone now ready to go to bed?
I
Yeah,
am
bro.
Yes.
big sleepers.
Okay.
He baits me so hard with this shit, dude. Like,
I do, man. I do, and I love it.
Just hitting on the wrong people.
Nicole,
Oh no.
you
Hello.
have
Dude,
a
I'll just hit on, like,
glimpse
Tana's
of
forehead.
a vision in your sleep, you are visited by this familiar-looking blue dragon.
Do you want us to deafen?
Nah, you're good.
No, shut up.
Although he's looking a little more feral than he did last time you saw him. Let me just quickly grab my notes that I have on that fucking pendant of yours.
You're welcome.
Why don't you make Dutch?
Pulls out big ass
why don't you
notepad,
make
bro.
Dutch Just stand and hold your notes out in front of you.
Give me something useful.
Give me a second. This is my looking for stuff song.
I'm scared.
I found it. Don't worry, guys.
Bel
Stop
can just
looking.
Bel
I got
can just
it.
like sing us a looking for stuff song.
Do you get saves if you die in a dream?
What?
I mean,
Or does that mean your soul dies but your body lives on as a zombie?
yes.
I mean, we've already had one party's member
You
as a
hear
zombie.
a loud thundering voice say, "You've gotten stronger. You've been using the gift given to you by the necklace. Good.
Thanks.
Oh, go ahead.
Cheers. I mean, I certainly tried.
Fucking cheers, mate.
Do you feel being in touch with your more draconic heritage is a thing that you want? Are you more proud to be what you are?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's time for me to beseech you with another gift. When you wake up, you'll notice that your dragon breath will be even stronger than before.
We're in the moment.
And if you choose to accept this gift, I may come back to you with a request, which I think is fair, granted that I've empowered you 2 times now.
Yeah. I mean, that great. Sure. Down for it. That sounds good. Just one small question. Who are you? I mean, like, you know who I am. I don't know who you are. It's just, I mean, I think it'd be, kind of fair that we get to know each other. So we're gonna have this partnership together. I mean, because it's great. Like, I'm loving it. But
In due time.
you said that last time. I mean,
That means it is still not time.
sorry. Yeah. Okay. But it's a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. You're pretty terrifying.
You're scared?
I mean, you are.
The creatures you stem from? Your heritage?
I mean, they are a little bit scary. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, come on. You're cool. Like, I'll get it. I'm down
But
with
you
it. This is
enjoy
amazing.
Having that power, you're just a little intimidated by
I mean,
how I look.
No, I'm into both the power and I mean,
Maybe it is time for the pendant to find another.
no, right. No, I like the power. I'll accept it. Like,
So, like I
Cool.
said, in due time.
cool. Okay, sure. Thanks, I guess, in advance. And yeah, just happy to do that quest. You just let me know. Give me a time and place, and I'll be there.
You'll know.
Oh,
And then you wake up the next day.
oh no.
Add another D4 to your damage output for
One
the
more
dragon
D4.
breath.
Big Pog.
Shamaris, you also get a little dream. You hear a familiar voice in the back. You don't see anything. You just hear a familiar voice in the back of the head. Remember our bargain. I scratch your back. You scratch mine. Retrieve the artifact. You know where it is now. Retrieve it and bring it to me. Tick, tock, tick, tock. And then you also wake up the next morning. Everybody wakes up. Deep dabs.
Hey, we slept really well.
You
Yay.
all wake up early in the morning. you slept through most of the afternoon, most of you, and just the entire night as well. It's been a while since you slept and you had a long day. A lot happened. So yeah.
I'm gonna, try and find food.
I'm like sat in a corner of the room doing like a little fucking weird ass ritual.
Actually, the first thing I do is I'm gonna look just at my necklace and just kind of stare at it for a bit, very kind of creepily, and just okay, this is fine. Has anything changed about the necklace at all, Dutch?
Yes.
Oh.
Whereas previously the pendant was a dragon sitting with his wings like folded on its back. The wings have expanded and are now it looks like a dragon is flying instead of it just being a dragon sitting.
Cool. Cool. Good to know.
Alright, so is anyone in the party not making a pact with a greater beyond?
I mean, mine.
I like how, because Tremaris is going through this, like, you really mistrust his blue dragon now, and it's fucking hilarious.
I mean, it's not mistrusting. It's pretty fucking. Nicole don't get it, right? Nicole big dumb. He don't get.
Big dumb.
He don't get that. He don't get magic. He gets books. He gets like world knowledge. He gets that. Magic and creepy like god shit. Nah, he ain't about that, mate. He don't know what's going on. He's confused. This dragon's really fucking mean to him as well. He's like this asshole.
But
it's almost like being Cyrus again.
Give some good shit as well, though.
It's almost like being Cyrus again, yeah.
All right. As you guys walk out of the bedroom, you are met with the smell of fresh bread. Like that, like early morning bakery smell. You know, when you like walk past the baker or something like that. Like just that fresh breads and all that.
Cinnamon bread.
It's fucking.
And as you walk into like back up the ramp, like down the hall,
Soka.
back up the ramp, the room that like immediately you entered into was like kind of like the main hall of the sanctuary, if you will. There are several tables laid out with baskets of bread, fruits, meats, cheeses, and you see that on one of the tables, the three archmages are having food, and on another table, you now see Mokin sit talking to what looks like a dwarf with a relatively tall dwarf, but definitely has more dwarvish features than human features. With a scraggly ginger beard, long like ginger hair, long braids. They're having a chat, and there's several other tables still laid out with the same like setup, just breads, cheeses, fruits, and all that.
I will go sit down next to Mulkin.
I'm going there too.
Hey, good morning. You all slept pretty long. You guys good? You guys recovered from your little venture? How did it go actually? Because you went to fucking what's that place to get the what's that fucking Pura or whatever? How'd that all like okay? We clearly
He was
know,
easy.
like,
Big pushover.
Like listen, I know he's sitting like right there. Like I'm not that dumb.
Exactly. He's a big pushover. Have you not seen how we didn't even have to kill him?
We went to kill a cult member.
I suppose that makes sense.
We killed a cult member.
So you did. Who did you kill then, if I may ask?
Oh, I'm surprised you don't know.
Oh, so you killed the green guy.
He was a less.
That's
of a
good.
pushover.
That's progress. I mean, you know, assuming that guy doesn't shiv you on the back at some point, that's 2 down for the price of 1, I suppose. So there's not 7 to go plus. I guess they answered to someone. So, but at least 7 more to go, right?
8.
What?
Maybe I should be saying, or maybe you should be saying, shiv you in the back.
You talking to me,
Well, you talk-
guy?
I am. This is my way of telling, I guess, the room that I won't be continuing on the adventure with the 6 of you, and that I'll be staying here to help
I
out.
can keep a close eye on you. I like it.
You got it.
Looks like you found yourself a new best friend.
I will still be coming to do what we said that we were going to do yesterday. But after that, this will most likely be my new home.
Right. I think that's good. You know, wouldn't you agree? And he looks at the dwarf sitting in front of him. The dwarf turns around. And you hear a familiar voice. Yes, I do think that is quite favorable. You know, since there is a lot of trust that still needs to be built. And I think it will be better to have you closer to us rather than further away.
I have no objection.
Fucking disguise it.
Oh, during the night, I fucking attuned to the Pat disguise.
Sure. Yeah.
Or I'm doing it this morning. Or I'm doing it this morning.
Yeah,
I
it only
sent you
takes a
a-
little bit.
I sent you a message, Dutch.
Yeah, that's fine. I read it.
Cool.
Whenever my ritual finishes,
Mhm.
my weapon disappears. By the way,
Lit.
so you guys notice I just don't have a sword anymore. It's just gone.
Yep.
I would also like to, I guess, remind Dutch that when I gave Kasarin my cloak, that's like a permanent thing. Like I'm giving it to
Yeah,
her.
you haven't taken it back yet, so I assumed.
Yeah.
That's good.
Liddy.
At least we don't need to set alarms in this place.
Oh,
That was Gypsy.
You
no.
do still have it.
That was
trust me,
Gypsy,
that is
not Bram.
several alarms set up in
That
this
was
place.
Gypsy,
Was
not
that
Bram.
Gypsy? Well, you know, if only your character had a different voice.
Oh.
Got 'em, boys. Got 'em.
Almost like when we started.
Right,
had a
I
bit
think
more of a Yorkshire.
after you have food, Goldie would like to have a little chat with you. Do not call him Goldie, by the way.
Don't call him Goldie.
I mean, he seemed pretty fine with it.
He's not. He really is not.
Maybe you just gotta be more important. I'll give him a little wink.
Is that a challenge?
I
Would you like
mean,
to,
I have slain 3 cult members. Well, slain.
yes, you are also a petty thief and a criminal.
And
Know
who
your
isn't?
place, Wood Elf.
We have slain cult members.
I mean,
If you would like to take the next fight alone,
Did that attitude
Far
of
be it
yours?
from me.
Did that attitude of yours come with the hat? Because if so, then I'd recommend bringing it back.
so you like my hat?
Absolutely not. Looks disgusting.
All right. Talk shit about my hat one more time.
Your hat's shit.
hat's
So.
Shit.
Son of a
Not
bitch.
quite.
I think he would require a bigger hat.
I'm going to
I
walk
agree.
away and get some drinks.
rather gaudy and stands out,
Hey,
painful in the eye.
Ostentatious.
Goldie, you want
Over
to
the
give these,
top.
I'm sorry. Tiberon, you want to give these guys the rundown of what's next? And Tiberon walks over. Yes. That's not the voice for Tiberon. Hang on. I lost him. Shit. Regardless, we're just gonna wing it. Right. Yes. We are currently. Did you hear that? What the fuck? Did you hear them say "make Duke do the voice" and then you said something? That was perfect, dude. Holy shit. Alright. Yes, we are currently tracking down several leads that we have on the council. I think blue, black, and brass are currently the ones that we have some leads on. You wouldn't happen to know anything about any of these that might prove useful to our research, and he looks at you, Matcham.
I legitimately don't remember if I do or not.
You do. Blue is Ooleth's brother.
Right.
And that girl's boyfriend.
No,
it's the goblin. I'm telling you.
The
Why
only
not both?
thing that I can recall from any kind of meeting or piece of paper is that the cult member who we just killed has a brother, and he's also part of the cult.
Who did you
So-
just deal with, if I may ask?
We dealt with Ooleth.
He was the green one, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
That's good. That's good. He was our next target, if you will. So you taking them down.
Nikul, it might be beneficial for you to tell these people about what you saw and his manner.
Oh, yeah. Saw a couple of things. Just sort of saying might be at the top of that list now of like most wanted. Pretty bad. Like they had this crystal thing, and like they had the eyes in it of all the members, and they saw me. The crystals exploded, and then the house fell down. Not saying it was connected, but
It was definitely connected.
it was
It
definitely.
sounds like it's
connected.
pretty
Definitely
alright.
connected.
Yeah. So
All right. Would you
They know I'm there.
happen to have Matrip? You happen to have one of these crystal situations back in your keep, if you will.
There was one. I didn't use it, and I feel like the likelihood of us getting back down there is
No, it is not to get you back down there. It is just to confirm that every council member has this, and if so, it's probably safe to assume that it's safe to assume that yes, Nicole, congratulations, you are now #1 on that shit list. Because they have definitely seen you, so I would recommend trying to look less like you going forward.
as he says, they're gonna put on the hat of disguise.
What are you gonna turn yourself into?
Turns into Rock's clone.
No.
Yes, they do. They've only seen Nicole, it sounds like. No one else is in the room with him.
By the looks
I
of it,
mean,
yeah, there was no one else with me. No one there, just me. I wandered off. They were. I don't know
And they
what the
have
fuck they were
only
doing.
then they have only seen Nicole, it sounds like.
that's not true. When we went to surprise attack Ooleth the first time, I'm sorry, that was so loud.
That's a dragon flying by, dude. Holy shit.
I mean, they saw us as we killed that first cultist member, so
If that is the case, then I recommend arming up. I've provided your Furbolg friend with a book describing several artifacts of the Sundering, some of which you might be able to go collect.
Narong's eyebrow raises like 4 inches.
I recommend seeing if you can
Eyebrow?
find some in
Eyebrow.
those books that sounds like something that you would be
What he calls it.
able to use to its full potential. For instance, I know of a couple that are described in the book because I did some of the research myself. Some of them are personal notes by me. There are several out there that you could hunt down, if I may be so free.
I know of one as well, actually. It's a famed legend.
Yes, I'm
among
assuming
gunslingers.
I'm assuming that you're talking about that song.
Yes, I am.
Yes, that is one of the ones that I'd say is one of the most reachable, if you will.
It's also one of the most damaging ones. If I steal that, or the Obscure is gonna write me off.
Is that something you are willing? Is that the price? Is that
I
the
mean,
price
it's
you're
not
willing
fun to be
pay?
hunted by them. So I'm just warning you guys, we do that, we piss them all off. Everywhere.
Is
That is-
there a way we can get around that?
Maybe, but I
But,
inquired about
I'll
it.
I'll leave
and
that up to you to.
So if it goes missing, they'll assume it's you.
potentially.
I mean, what's another secret order to have on our bad side? I mean, might as well make it a fucking habit.
There is also talk of a great club called Brutality, which, judging by your blue dragon's physique and the fact that he's carrying a heavy maul on his back, seems like something he might be able to use. Although that one would require a little bit of a trip to a dangerous realm, a tricky realm. The Feywild. Do not judge it by it might sound like a land full of pixies and pretty things, but pretty much everything in that realm has the capability to kill you. Watch out. Then there is Hysteria, which is a great axe, judging by your tiefling friend. It's probably something that
Flex his muscles.
she would enjoy.
Here's me get the one, and then it's great axe.
Belle starts oiling
Hysteria-
up her muscles.
Hysteria is found in the abyss. But I know, but it is owned by a dreadlord that resides there called Helnusis, and he likes to take trips to several of the other realms from time to time, and has contacts in both the prime material plane, some of the elemental planes, and some of the more innocent layers of the Nine Hells. I'd recommend
More
those
innocent.
layers.
Nine hells.
The Nine Hells are interesting, but it is not uncommon for people of the prime material plane to travel to, especially the first and second circle of the Nine Hells. So that would be a good place to start.
Sounds like
Actana, she'll
that's-
be fine. You don't believe in religion anyways, right?
A lot of
No.
tieflings actually do still have contacts there. A lot of tieflings live there, so it's not super uncommon. There is also Dawn Guard, a shield. That one is a little trickier because it's currently in the possession of the champion of Pelor, who takes visits to this realm every once in a while. He is maybe if you plead your case, you'll be able to convince him to grant you access to the shield or something similar.
We ain't gonna win that fight, so
Dawn Guard, the champion of Pelor, actually frequents, has a little bit of a, that might be your way in, a love interest somewhere in the flatlands that might be your way in. There is Duelist, a longsword that is inlaid with several gems and is currently also in the flatlands. It is kept in a museum. So that is, however you want to go about acquiring that is up to you.
Museum heist, boy.
In the capital city of the flatlands. So do with that information as you will. And last but not least, your friend has already found an artifact. He is in possession of Flourish, one of the more dangerous ones. But your friend has made me a promise that he is in control. So, but I do bid you with a warning: if you see your Furbolg friend act a little weird while holding the sword, you might want to, take it from him.
Fair enough.
And as when it comes to Death Song, I think that might be your best start because that's the one closest by. I have some contacts in Daramoth, the capital city of Segalia, that I could talk to, see if they know of a way to get you in the foothills without causing too much trouble. Because as I'm sure you know, Noronk, the foothills is controlled by the Order of the Obscure.
And there's no magic.
Exactly. So yeah, if you want that information or anything, I'll help you out with that. Something else that I would recommend while we do our research here is, especially for you, Kaseran, do a lot of good things, the bigger the chance that whenever the time comes that you are put to trial, every good deed that is on record will help you both repent for your sins, but maybe also get a little bit of time removed from your eventual punishment. There are several bounty boards set up around the city, as you, I'm sure, are well aware. Help out some people around the city. Who knows what good it may do to you in the long run. And don't forget to visit the Arcana Emporium for that that item that you got a note of. We'll be in touch next time we have information about someone of the 10 for you to go after.
All right.
Sounds good.
Right, hey, before you all head out, right? Nicole.
Yeah.
Right here, right now. And he fucking just shoves a bunch of plates away from in front of him, including the one that Roku was still eating from.
Yeah.
They do this often?
Yeah. And I will...
Roku, fuck off. Let Nicole sit. It's time for a rematch, baby. Let's go.
I go, well then, Mokin, have you thought about what he wants to wager?
100 gold pieces, right here, right now.
And I'll slam 10 platinum down.
Oh, that's fancy people's money. I'm not going to take that from you. Right. No funny business. No barbarian shit.
Yeah, no getting angry. We'll just... Straight. Sounds good,
right. And he just reaches out to clasp your hand.
I'll fucking grasp it with him.
Roll a strength check.
I'd like to stand behind Nicole as he does this.
Oh boy, don't.
Dirty 20? You push down Mokin's hand ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. There's a little bit of movement. You're winning, but it's like by this much. Yeah. Roll another strength check.
Too bad. 22.
He manages to push you back to that middle point. And you can see, like, you know, he has like the forehead vein. Yeah. It's like he's putting all he has into this.
The vein in his biceps are bulging.
Everything is bulging at this point, dude.
Does the table lift up at all?
A little bit, ever so slightly, but from both angles, which is weird.
Yeah.
The table just floats a little bit now because it's being held up by both sides.
Didn't notice his bulge from across the floor though.
Oh, that's not good.
It's that bar boner, dude.
What was that?
12.
You feel your hand now being pushed down ever so slightly, and he just looks at you with a wicked grin. You're not you've not lost yet, but he's definitely on the winning hand right now.
Yeah.
Roll with a strength check.
8.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
No, that's fine.
He fucking, in one last just surge of power, just slams your hand onto the table. I'll be taking that fancy man's money from you. Thank you very much. And he just grabs it and puts it in his
You know, if you wanted to challenge the champion of this group, that would be myself.
No. Fuck off, Duke.
What, you're the champion of these bunch?
And I'll go to him about, I mean, come on.
Has he beat you before, Nicole?
I mean.
Well, that makes him better.
Who hasn't beaten Nicole?
You've all beaten Nicole.
As you said, I go,
he's the runt of the group.
I'm like, shut the fuck up, guys. Like, it's like you're like
champion of Wrestlearm. Would you do me the honor?
After the fair bulk.
I mean, believably, if you looked at our group, I would look. You know, I'm like,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's the funny part about it.
Champion of Wrestlearm, would you do me the honor of having a game of Wrestlearm to me?
He just needs one nat 20.
Mr. Champion, and he reaches out towards you now, Tremaris.
Only because he got me super drunk.
Tremaris now set where Nicole
that's a strategy that I have used in the past. There's nothing wrong with that. All right,
Octavius.
Getting your opponent drunk is a very
a win's a win.
A win is a win, exactly.
Is Tremaris now sat in Nicole where Nicole was sat?
Yeah. I need your help, bitch.
I don't need your help.
I stand behind you.
Get fucking called out, dude.
All right, so yeah, he goes to clasp your hand, Tremaris.
I'll do it.
Roll a strength check.
Dutch, don't tell me you did.
What's your roll?
13. What
So
did you roll?
I rolled a fucking natural 3, bro. Don't worry.
Oh.
So yeah, you push down Mokin's hand a little bit, and he's struggling. Like it looks like he's struggling a lot more with you than he was with.
If Chimera swings, it causes a fucking hang.
Oh, another strength check.
Fine, I've got 50 foot of rope.
Yes, so does Nicole.
In a video
I
game.
rolled a
I think I do too, actually.
26.
Motherfucker! Yeah, you fucking slam his fucking hand on the fucking
He
table.
used his thing. He remembered.
Oh, we did. Well, that was, we didn't wager anything, did we? You can just keep your title. That's.
I think it was for 100 gold.
No, that was with that was a blue boy. That wasn't with him.
I'm pretty sure you're mistaken.
They're both blue, actually. Wait. Alright, I guess. Here's your fucking... And he gives you 10 platinum that he just wants to Nicole.
I'll look at
Tomas!
the Goliath.
No! I'm rematching
You
you.
want a chance
I'm
to
not
win your
letting
money
you-
back?
Oh, you want some, shiny boy?
I am.
Shiny boy.
Yikes.
If I'm the only one
Alright.
who fucking loses to Mokin, I'm so
How about we spice things up, yeah?
500.
500 gold, right here. Right
Yes!
I started this bullshit.
No, it's
No,
it's
it's
alarm,
me.
Arctanus, I need a short rest before we wrestle.
No!
I was
She wants to go now!
You could wrestle arms. You can short rest throughout the wrestle arm.
No.
I have 500 gold on me to wager, but it's not mine to wager. So,
Well,
500 gold is 500 gold, isn't it? It's in your pocket, right? Means it's yours.
Bran,
Just gonna
how much you short by? How much you short by, Bran?
I have the money for the things we discussed.
I know, but how much are you short by from your funds?
If you lose the money for that, I will reimburse it.
I put down 50 platinum because I technically still have 400. Oh god.
Right.
Matrim is going to put his hands under the table.
Oh god.
Boy, dude, we're fucking cheating on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, Mokin's fucking shit for brains, and he doesn't notice any of this
Time
shit.
for the tickle.
In fairness, like with mine, I believe
Tickle this
like,
little
there
pickle.
is no sort of way of noticing mine. Like it's just a thing.
Yeah, you're just it's a racial thing,
Alright.
right?
I'm
No,
so
it's
sad.
a forbidden divine soul.
I'm gonna look
sorcery.
at Mokin before I start.
Mhm.
You mind if I say a prayer before we begin?
Yeah, I do mind, actually. Come on now.
Nice try.
Just cast bless.
That's right.
beforehand.
I mean, I was gonna cast guidance and stuff, but
Oh, wow.
Ask your little buddy up there for help. Come on, you're a man, aren't you?
all right, I'm going.
Wouldn't help him otherwise, anyways. No.
What's your roll?
9.
How much?
9.
11. So you feel your hand being pushed down ever so slightly. It's not a whole lot, but
Okay,
he's winning right now. Roll another strength
go
check.
again. 21.
Okay, yeah, you push him back and are now definitely on the winning hand.
Gonna fucking.
Roll another strength check.
Nicole leaves the party because he can't win wrestle arms.
Using my Fireboy dice, by the way. Look at these. I bought these this week. Lit. Oh, they're fucking trash.
Just roll my dice; they roll better.
What did you roll?
19.
Yeah, you fucking just slam his hand on the table.
What did you roll?
I fucking natural 8.
Yikes. I'm just gonna look at him.
Right, I guess.
I'll need the help of any god to win.
To die!
Oh, hey, now you like to talk. Now you like to talk shit. Before you were like, oh, do you mind if I say a prayer? And now you're just fucking talking shit because you won. Come on now. It's not very classy, is it? Here's your money. And you just
Double or nothing. Someone do double or
No.
nothing.
No. I'm gonna hand 10 platinum back to Nicole.
Nah, Nicole, but at this point, seeing that victory, Nicole would fucking walk the fuck away.
I'm gonna follow you
Just
and give you
done.
10 platinum.
No, he's done. He's out. He's out.
God, dude. He
gone.
outie.
Right.
Okay, then
He's a car.
I guess no platinum for you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
nice.
go and I think I've lost enough for one day. It's I need to train some more. At least I you know, I beat Nicole in a rematch, so maybe next time you're here, I'll beat you in a rematch. I guess I don't fucking know.
Just
Goldie,
look at them bicep curls.
Goldie, I seem to have misplaced the funds you gave me to do supply shopping. Could you, reimburse that? And he just walks up to Tiburon, and they kind of go off on their own.
Shit, dude. Yo, do they have a treasury here?
Yo, quick question. What's the training arena made out of? What's it made out of? Because
Stone?
that's fine. Just Nicole is fucking just swing his maul against the stone. Just fucking bullshit.
Fucking done, dude.
All right. So what do you guys do?
Shipping away.
I'm not here for this.
No, I had to go answer the door. No, I have a good idea of where we could find it. But we can discuss it when we are out here. Also, yeah, I had to go mid arm wrestle, so it did me and Actan still on, or have we moved past that?
Well, she wants to go, but I don't know if the moment passed, or if you refused.
No, I won't refuse. I'm the champion.
I'm the champion, he says.
He's just short rested.
Not for long.
You just see Actan is like reaching her hand out, just waiting for Tremaris to fucking clasp it.
Okay. I don't have my shenanigans this time,
Alright.
so...
Both of you roll a strength check.
Hey, Actanis, if you win, I'll give you fire water.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, did you guys roll?
22.
2.
That's, yeah, I mean, that's a fucking 20-point difference, man. So yeah, you just see Tremaris' hand just get fucking smashed against the table.
Like through the table.
Smashed
Pretty
like that
much,
like
yeah.
button on Dungeons
I
Select
am
you.
champion again. Where's the firewater?
So after Kasarin asks Tremaris if they have to go to the library or not, and then based off of what Tremaris said, Matrim is going to squeeze Kasarin's hand back and say, "Are you sure?" Okay. Let's do it.
I hand Actanis one of the bottles of firewater that I bought like ages ago, not the fancy one,
Yeah.
but the
Oh,
one
that's
that is
like half
sealed.
full.
Okay.
No, the one that's sealed. I give you a full bottle.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
That's more than I was expecting. Not gonna lie.
Brand's a reasonable person.
What are you guys doing while Matrim and Kasarin kind of skedaddle on their way? You guys gonna just hang back there, or?
It's
I'm
I
heading
need to
to the
go to
Arcana
buy a
Emporium.
diamond. Mans needs to go to the Arcana Emporium. I feel like here would be a safer place to meet.
That's what you think.
Alright, so yeah.
I know.
Okay, so we'll start off with
Um,
that, and if there's anything else you guys want to do, we'll just get to you guys next.
Cool.
Matrim, you're accompanying her, I assume?
Yep.
Alright. So you guys... Okay. You guys make the trek back to Haran's mansion. What time is it now? It's like morning, right? Yeah, okay. And as you get there, you can see through the barred fence or like gated area. You can see stout-looking dwarf fighting Ryagel, seemingly training, where she's just swinging her scimitar around, and he's just like going at her with this like warhammer type thing, and she's doing all kinds of shit like dodging and weaving. That's her morning training routine. I've written it down, man. It's not like I'm trying to like force you to get confronted with it. It's just I wrote down like a little list of like, okay, depending on what time of day they go to that place, what happens. Yeah.
Nah, he's railroading 100%.
Yeah.
There's still guards out front.
Yeah, but they seem to recognize you and they just kind of look at you.
So
would you
I'm
want, are you here to come in, or what are you?
Before we actually get there, I want to have just a brief conversation with Kassarin.
Okay.
So yesterday when we were at the mansion, there was a lot of guards there. Why do you think that's the case? Right, and that's what I figured at first, but there's just something kind of strange about it. Like, the amount of guards that we saw yesterday, do you really think that they would employ that many guards every single day to just keep watch? It just seemed odd. But how long ago was that? So do you think that your mother has employed a guard that heavy for decades? Okay. I feel like we still have unanswered questions about Ryagel's disappearance. And we don't exactly know all of the details about how she ended up where we found her. Or why. And it's just one of those feelings. It weirds me out that the place is so heavily guarded. That's all. I'm still coming, but no, I think this is a question that we should keep to ourselves, maybe. And then that is, I guess, when I would proceed to go to the mansion with Kassarin.
Okay. So yeah, you walk up, and one of them says, I recognize you. You are the ones responsible for the return of Ryagel, correct? There was a small monetary compensation promised to whoever would find information about her. If you want to go inside and collect, we'll let you in. Just look around for... I guess Harana would be the person to talk to about this. Harana's the... Sarana? Harana's the one that issued the monetary reward, but he's currently preoccupied with some work-related things. So I guess Sarana would be the person to talk to. I love making my players uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've noticed.
So Matrim will speak up for Kasera and say, okay, and then we'll walk past the guards, and he'll put his hand on her back to push her forward.
Are you really trying to stealth by? Are you being genuine, or do you want to do that? That's what you think. That's what you think. Roll a stealth check.
Please fail.
You want to prove you do actually care by avoiding her at all costs.
Yep.
Yeah,
Good thoughts, dude.
makes sense, right? 18. What is her passive perception? Not high
Probably
enough.
not that high. Yeah.
Hey man, listen. When you play in a campaign with a fucking elephant that has a passive perception of like 20 million.
20.
Yeah.
I think it's at
If you
21 right
ask.
now.
It is. I can confirm it's around 20 million.
Yeah.
Considering he can smell whether or not you've had sex.
Matrim is not being stealthy.
All right.
Big oof.
Okay, so you.
She looks over and there's like
She
Matrim
looks
just stood there
over
and Laura
and-
peeking over a bush.
You see Matrim like just having his hand on a Kassiran that is now kind of like ducking a little bit, and just like, and she sees you guys, and it's safe to say that she sees you guys, and and it says, "You guys all right?"
Oh, I fucking love it.
Oh, I'm perfectly fine.
What about her? She seems like she's trying to avoid someone.
Yep.
I don't
Do you-
bite.
Do you have to like roll for an attack?
Nah, it's just a little bit of
True.
you know.
But you
I
can
don't
dodge it.
bite, you know. You mean my grandmother?
At that point, Matrim is smirking.
Yeah, fuck.
Everybody here knows, including me. I was just trying to see if you would have the balls to tell me yourself.
Yeah.
Fucked. Shit.
Oh my god, I love her.
Oh.
Not that I blame you. Is this our first mother-daughter talk? Is this our first speech?
Go to your room.
You're grounded. No weapons for a month.
As you guys, you go inside. She walks up and looks at Matrim. She does know that I'm just fucking with her, right? Like I'm not. Like I understand. It's been pretty much I know every in and outs, and
Oh.
like it's not that I hold it against her. My upbringing has been great. I feel like she. thinks
I've been
I'm-
muted for like ever. Oh my god.
You're a fucking dumb.
That
Oh, have
was
you been
so
muted on
funny to
stream,
see
Laura?
Laura muted, dude.
This
Wait,
entire time.
Only Laura or the rest of us as well?
Just me.
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
Kamikaze,
Oh, that's so
Kamikaze,
funny.
Kamikaze guy was talking in chat like about being able to lip read Laura and
streamer.
stuff. And he was there saying like, I wish I could hear
Great
it.
wish
And
I
I was
could
like,
hear it.
why? Have you got like the sound turned off? And no,
I
it
thought he was
just
just
Laura
memeing.
muted.
I thought he was
Yeah,
memeing
I
like
thought he was-
lip reading. I was like,
That's
the fuck are you
hilarious.
talking about? We ain't not deafened. And then like, oh my god.
How long were you deafened?
Sarah-
I have
No,
no
he
idea.
was deafened. She was muted.
Probably since we
Saren's
came back on.
just checking her.
I guess
Alright.
people who watch the VODs can just like go fuck
Yep.
themselves.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's chat
Subtitles
replay
when?
of the VOD.
But okay.
Keep
anyway,
going.
I'm sorry, a
Like,
professional
I'm-
streamer up in here, guys.
I'm well aware of
Professional
everything,
streamer.
and I don't hold it against her at all. And I'm pretty sure that, you know, you're my dad, right? I'm pretty sure that's the thing that I'm safe to assume as well. Because you're together, fire, water, I'm like half and half. It's not hard to link those together.
Matrim will say, "Kid, you got good acting skills, okay?"
You got guts, kid.
And I think you take after me. And then
she kind of smirks, and as you go inside, she kind of follows along.
right, so yeah, we would just follow Kassarin.
Yeah. So as you are inside, you are met with this just entrance hall of just all kinds of just fucking insanely fancy looking displays of various artifacts and items that Haran has carried over the years. This is unlike anything, and I'm pretty sure that in Matchum's head, there's just like, there's so many things for me to steal.
The entrance hall is basically a display of all the most valuable things Haran didn't want to sell.
Did I see a white dragonborn while they're there?
Big marble, like just shiny marble floors, 2 just big marble columns,
2 turtle doves,
and there's literally like anything. Like there's just several displays, and since Kassarin has last seen, there's like the amount of displays has doubled, maybe even tripled, with just all kinds of artifacts and items and trinkets and odds and ends of whatever. Like, there's just so much shit.
Is there a white dragon?
Haran is. It's quite safe to say that Haran is a little bit of a collector of things. And as you enter, you can hear Ryagel just yell, "Grandma!" And after a little while, coming down the stairs, walking into the entrance hall is a pretty like aged human woman. Hair starting to gray a little bit, brown eyes, like an olive skin tone. Her hair is like a reddish brown color, but there's definitely like streaks of gray going in. Like she's definitely graying because of age. Like crow's feet near her eyes, some wrinkles. She's but still looking very, very, very fit. Other than this, there's just, you know, she's looking like she's aging. And she looks up at expecting only Ryagel, and then she sees both Matchum and like she sees Fire Ganassi, and she sees Kassarin, and she stands there for a few seconds, just not saying anything.
I guess while she's standing there, I'll just say, "Hi, Mom. Been a while."
And you can see her just kind of like think. Like this is like you can hear the fucking rotors in her head just going like, "What the fuck do I do?" Because it's been a while.
The wheel is turning, but the hamster is dead.
And she just kind of walks up to you.
As she's walking, like, just say the word and I'll leave.
She walks up to you and without really showing any emotion in her face until like the last second, and she goes to embrace you.
No,
and Matchum, you can see like just tears welling up in her eyes, and regardless of all the things that she's heard about you, and it's been a long time, and she's just happy to see that you're okay. I'm sorry. I was not expecting this morning. Were you responsible for the return of your daughter?
Yeah.
Right.
I had some help.
That makes sense. Ever since she's back, she's had this interesting smirk on her face, and I just couldn't figure out what the reason was. But now, I think now I know, and it makes a lot of sense. And you can just see that she's a little like her voice is a little shaky. Her hands are a little trembling.
You sweet.
Would you want to go and have a talk, maybe, both of you?
Yeah, and I'll turn to Ryagel and go, I know you've no reason to listen to me or
I mean,
not
you're
to
my
be
mother.
upset by this, but is it okay if I talk to your grandmother alone for a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I'll be in your room, I guess.
Cool.
And
There's
she
definitely
just
some
moves
things I
her
want to
crossbow.
say that I don't want Ryagel to hear.
Right. And she goes to you now, Matrim, and goes to like shake your hand. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, let's sit and have some tea.
He takes her hand and he kneels and he like gently kisses her hand.
Of course he does.
Right. Ron's not home right now. He's actually, we'll talk about that later. We'll just have a little sit in the library if that's okay.
That's perfect, actually, because
the place is a little bit of a mess, as you can see. Since last time you've been here, Ron's collection has grown in size, and that doesn't just go for the entrance hall. There's been several wings built for the mansion just
yeah, I could
to
tell.
stash his stuff. Which also is why there's a little more guards than the last time you would have been here, I imagine. There's a lot of valuable goods in this building. Right, I'm rambling. Tea. Right, I'll be right back. You know the way.
You really don't have to. We don't need anything. You don't need to host right now.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So yeah, she goes off into a different room to start to make tea. What are you guys doing? You guys waiting in the entrance hall? Or you just go into the library?
I'll just go to the library then, and while we're there, see if I can skim the titles for anything about the deity Hanzo mentioned, or anything about artifacts, or...
Roll an investigation check.
Can it be with advantage, because I would know in the library where to look, because I had lessons here?
No, because it's been 16 years.
That's
and
fair.
people do things sometimes.
Investigation
I
is...
can barely remember what I had for dinner last week.
Real quick. As Kissaran goes in to investigate the library, I'm gonna shout out to her and say, Kissaran, I'll be around. And I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
Oh boy.
And I want to search the house for like some kind of ledger or something that indicates like deals that Haran might have made.
And I have no time to say anything to him before he does this. He just does it, and I'm like, yeah, fuck. And then he's gone, and I'm like, okay, well.
Hang on.
I rolled a 12, by the way, for investigation.
Cool. Yeah, no, invisibility is a casting time of an action, so that's like 6 seconds and he's gone.
Fuck.
So no, you can't really stop him from
Then
doing it.
Just go, oh,
as he announces it, he likes pretty much doing it, yeah.
Then he asks you to just go, you need to stop doing that! And then just go walk into the
we'll get to that
library.
in a second, James. 12, you said, Kasern?
Yes, for the library.
Righty-ho. You do recognize some old titles that you've read that have been there since like you still lived here. But you also notice that there's quite a lot more bookcases in the library now than there were last time you were here.
Mm-hmm.
There's several books that kind of call out to you. Especially, there's a leather-bound collection of 7 parts, all about it's called The Origin and Evolution of Jinn, which kind of calls out to you because hey, something interesting.
But nothing about what's his face?
There's nothing really that draws your attention regarding anything you heard regarding those artifacts. No.
Okay. Then I will just take a seat and get the letter out that I wrote and just like reread it to myself. So now I just have to say it in person to remind myself like what I wanted to say.
So after a while, Serana walks into the room with a tray that has 3 like cups on it and a teapot, and she goes to sit down and looks at you. Where's your friend?
Oh, I think he just went off to look for a restroom or something. He said he'd be back.
Roll a deception check.
It's not gonna go well. Natural 20!
Alright.
Woo!
Doesn't fucking matter what I roll then, does it?
I mean, unless you roll a natural 22.
Yeah, I didn't, so there.
Fair enough.
Alright. And she goes to pour in 2 cups of tea and hands one to you. There's probably a lot that you want to say. And I'm sure that I also have a lot of things to say, but would you mind if I go first?
Sure.
First few years after you left, and all the news that I've received since, I was angry. Very angry. Rightfully so, I'd like to think. But, and I, to this day, thought that if I ever saw you again, I would be angry, but I'm not, which is weird. I'm just glad to see you doing okay. I think a lot of it is because of Ryagel. When she got given to us 16 years ago, I saw that as a new chance, a new beginning, and I did not agree with the decisions you've made, leading to your imprisonment and all those things. But there's no use in crying over spilled milk, as they say. The only reason that Ryagel is with us is because there's one individual that had faith in you, Peter Berg. He made sure to plead that the baby would, instead of being put in an orphanage, would be put with us, for us to raise.
I should have guessed it was him.
He really likes to see the good in you. I don't know why.
I don't either.
He's so convinced that you have the potential to do good after all the bad things you've done, but he never stopped believing in you. Which I did at one point. I'd like to say I'm sorry. I've come to the realization that everybody deserves second chances. That includes you. After your father died, I needed a lot of time, and I didn't see what effect it had on you, per se, until it was too late. And I'm convinced that that is why you spiraled the way you did. And I think that I'm at least partially responsible for the decisions you took. For if I would have been a better mother, maybe some of the things you did would have not happened at all.
That's not true.
I'd like to think that it is. And I want to ask you for forgiveness for being a bad mother at certain points. I should have been there for you. I was selfish, and I made mistakes, and I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna laugh very, very quietly under my breath and give her the letter just as proof that this isn't just because of what she said. I premeditatively wanted to say this. And tell her just look at the first and last sentences of this. I wasn't sure I was going to come back here today, to be honest. Didn't think I deserved it nor had it in me to face anyone in this house. But literally...
And I had a sneaking suspicion that the Red Ganassi had a little bit of influence on that decision making. I assume that
Yeah.
he's the father, right?
Yeah.
May have
I mean,
grown
have you
up
ever seen
in-
anyone else with hair
fine.
that obnoxious? Like, come on.
Your daughter.
Exactly.
It's a pain in the ass to trim, by the way.
I'm sure. But again, whether you need to hear it or not, I was, other than to help out a friend, I was coming here to tell you that I know it was you who turned me in, and I forgive you. Not that you need the forgiveness, because what you should have done it.
It's the hardest decision I had to make in my life. I don't regret turning you in, because you spiral out of control too much for anyone to try and talk you out of once. But when I turned you in, I did feel a lot of regret, not for turning you in, but for not stopping you before it was too late. Which is, like I said, something that I feel responsible for. If I would have been a better mother, you would not have spiraled out of control. But I'm glad to see that you are here. You are not rotting in some prison cell. Whatever the story is behind that, I don't know. All I am is that I'm happy that we're having this conversation.
Did Brygel tell you that I tried to pretend that I wasn't her mom at first when I realized where she was?
She found it quite funny.
Well, the reason I did that is because I thought she was already with the best mother she could have had.
That's thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, she takes after you a lot.
Yeah, not in the good ways.
A little cynical at times. She actually got quite the laugh out of pretending not to know that you were her mother. Thank you for returning her. By the way, when she went missing, we were all deeply worried. And I was worried that I failed as a mother again. If you wouldn't mind me asking, what happened?
I actually kind of wanted to ask you that, because there is one thing, now that I'm here, that was bugging me a little bit, because I had been searching for her since I escaped prison, which, yes, I escaped, I was not let out, but, like, for easily the last 12 years, and not just, like, physically searching. I have had magic users scry for her. I have had people at varying levels of power try and search for her, and nothing. And there's generally very few reasons for someone to be that hard to find. But if she was just here the whole time, has there been any extra protection placed on this house? Anything that would keep her from that?
That is Haran's doing. The sword that she carries, the scimitar, has a gem. Has a gem inlaid in it that is enchanted with when charged, she cannot be detected by any magical means. Anything, the wielder of the gem is hidden from magic entirely.
Oh, wow.
She found out about this through a temper tantrum, said that we didn't trust her, and that was the reason why so she insisted that we would not recharge the gem. And a few weeks later, she goes missing. So, yeah. and it's this really awkward like laugh, but also.
Well, maybe this little incident will teach her a lesson I am still learning, and to think before she opens her mouth.
It's funny that comes from you. But maybe. If she's anything like you, probably not. But,
yeah, I just wanted to at least say the beginning part of our conversation without her around, just because I know how easily a relationship between mother and daughter can be marred forever. I didn't want her to think less of you if she knew it was you that turned me in.
She knows.
Oh, okay.
After you went to prison, I went through a lot of changes myself. And I promised to be open and upfront with everything from the beginning. With
When did
Rhonda.
she start asking questions?
At the age of 10, 11, when she started to
Of course it was 10.
be very curious, because she, you know, even for a Ganassi, she looks rather odd, being a mixture of two, in the way that her genes have developed, if you will. She started asking a lot of questions, and then she found some books in here. One thing led to the other, so I came clean about everything, about her parents, or her mother. Didn't know who the father was. About her mother, about what happened, and about where her mother was now.
What was her reaction when you told her? Because to be honest, I know she might not understand and probably thinks I thought she was stupid or something for trying to go along with the charade as long as I did, but...
It was hard at first for her. She,
I mean, who wants to hear, hey, your mother's a bloodthirsty monster, surprise?
She actually escaped the house a couple of times and went to... She was around 12 or 13 and went to the keep demanding an audience with her mother, seeing her in prison. Which obviously never happened. Then Petar had a couple of chats with her as she grew a little older. When she was 14, 15, she really started rebelling against everything because she had never seen her real parents before. And Petar still comes by from time to time to check in on her. She seems to rather like him. They have a good connection. He's become bittersweet a little bit because he's the one that caught onto you in the first place, but he has become quite the friend of the family, if you will. Which is a little weird. But
Just a little.
They have fun together. Whenever she would ask about you, Petar would find a way to tell stories about you that made your crimes look a lot less bad as they actually were. Like I said, he's always seen the good in you somehow. And it's good that he did, because I don't think you would be alive if he didn't.
Definitely not. I was really surprised to see her so comfortably wielding a sword, not gonna lie, considering the fit you threw on my 10th birthday when Dad let me have one.
Another lesson I learned from raising you. You still went on and learned how to use weapons, so I might as well.
Yeah, and then ended up in jail.
Which is why Raigel has a very strict training schedule. Because I like to believe that if we grant her access to these weapons, there's less reason for her to look for this access outside of these walls. That's a thing that I regret not having done with you after the fact, because it seemed to have worked out. And she told us a tall tale about fighting alongside her parents, killing this bad criminal or whatever. So, any of that true, by the way?
Maybe not so tall. I mean, I would not have wanted her doing that at all, but I kind of had no control or say in the matter.
I'm not judging you. Don't worry.
But that moment is also why, kind of solidified in my mind, why I really hoped she didn't know, and I wanted her to stay here.
She does, and after having met you, having fought alongside you, she seems a lot happier. I haven't seen her this happy, and to be quite blunt, be this snarky and just very happy with herself ever, I don't think. I think deep down inside there's always been, from a very young age, this question of who am I, where do I come from? And having those questions answered, I think, does a lot more with her than meets the eye. Which brings me to my next point. I would like to keep raising her under this roof.
Of course. That was never a question.
If you ever want to visit or take her out for a trip here and there, it is your daughter after all, and I think it will be good for her, for both her and you. If you want, I can give you a key to the mansion and make sure that the guards will know that you will be visiting more often. You and her father, who I still not here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great sense of direction. He probably got lost. We should maybe go search for him in a bit.
Yeah. And maybe we can make up for lost time as well.
I'll just go and walk over to her chair and hug her.
Okay. She embraces you back. While that's going on, Matthew, what are you up to, buddy?
Oh God.
So I'm trying to be as stealthy as possible with the invisibility spell.
Roll stealth check with advantage.
Okay. 23.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. What
So
is it you're looking for? Like something of a ledger, right?
I'm particularly looking for some kind of record or maybe a book that has deals or anything that could potentially indicate who he's trading things with.
Okay.
More specifically, if I do find something of that note, I want to see if there's any record of a deal between a goblin and him, specifically for that of a zombified dragon tooth that I pawned off in the last city that we were in.
Okay.
My character hasn't forgotten that I left something of value, and I don't want to just abandon that plot. So I'm looking to see if this guy's I guess trading regimen extends to more than just the city.
Oh, it does. He goes all over the world.
Yeah, okay.
So then I would be looking specifically for that, yeah.
And eventually you go upstairs and you find your way to what seems like an office area. Door not locked. You can just go right in. And this room, again, just a fucking museum of artifacts and display cases of the more rare and unique items. This almost looks like it's his personal collection, whereas the entrance hall is more to show off to others and be like, yo, look at all the stuff I have. Whereas this is more of his personal collection. You also notice that the display cases are a lot more fortified than the ones downstairs.
Is there anything in particular that's not like bolted down or through like a pane of glass?
Yeah, there's some like little mini statues, one of which is a set of 10 statues, all depicting different animals, but one of them seems missing. These statues are made of gold, and the eyes of each animal is of a different gem. And there's one that seems to be missing. You see animals like a bird, a bear, just all kinds of just pretty basic animals. But there's one that seems missing. Like it's, you can see the pedestal where it's supposed to be on, but it's not there.
Are the statues like rounded at the bottom? Like I wouldn't be able to tell what animal it is if.
What do you mean?
Like for example, like if the statue was just a statue, would I be able to tell like what animal it is, or is it like a statue on top of like a rounded base that would fit into a slot?
You have no idea what the missing one would be. No, it's just nothing
okay.
that gives you that clue.
So then, yeah, in the room, I would just look to see if there's like any important books like on a desk open, or like any
Most
indication
books
of like
in this
profitable
room,
deals.
Have like a handwritten like notes on the binder on the back of the spine of the book, with dates, just dates on them. And it's like 2 bookcases just filled with these leather binders.
Okay, so would I be able to look back like 2.5 weeks for the date that I sold that tooth to the goblin?
Yeah.
Or not sold, but traded in?
You go back to that date, and you don't notice anything regarding the item you're looking for.
Okay.
He mentions several trades. He also mentioned that there was also mention of something that says like located 10th idol, hiring people. Go a little bit of a note to self, like make sure to put out a bounty to hire people to go fetch, pretty much.
Okay. Last thing that I'm kind of looking around the room for, is there anything in my general vicinity that is like reminiscent of any of like the Council of Rescues, like memorabilia or statues, or like things that we would have seen exploring dungeons?
Roll an investigation check.
Okay. Uh, 14.
Nothing in this room gives you the vibe that Haran has ever been in touch with the Council of Rescue.
Okay. So with that, I will find a bathroom on the top floor, flush the toilet, and then go back downstairs.
Okay. Canceling the invisibility on yourself, I assume.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, you walk into the room that you can see like the door to the library is open, and you walk into just Kasera embracing her mother.
Well, isn't this just beautiful?
As you say that, she kind of looks at Serana, kind of looks at you. Well, I was just telling Kasserin that I'm giving her a key to the mansion, because Raigel is your daughter. I want you to be as close in contact with her as possible, even though she's still going to be raised under this roof. So I want to give you a key as well, so that you can visit your daughter whenever you feel like.
So I'll take the key and I'll say thank you. That's a lot of trust that you're putting into me, having just met me today, but I appreciate it.
If my daughter trusts you, so do I.
Thank you.
Is there anything you want to say or do? Because I do have quite a busy schedule today.
Just, it might be a little bit, like, I don't want her to expect as much as I wish this wasn't the case, visits to be super, super frequent until I have better control over myself. During that fight she told you about, the side of me that came out all those years ago that I thought I'd done a pretty good job of suppressing was still very much there the minute I saw her threatened. And I just don't think I'm the kind of person she should be around that much right now.
So, the motherly instinct caused you to want to protect your daughter. I don't really see anything wrong with that.
But do typical mothers tell people they're gonna splash around in their blood like a child in a puddle after they slit them open? Not so much.
You've always been a little excessive.
Matchroom says, agreed.
I've seen several therapists over the years. I can recommend you a good one. To maybe talk more about your issues. That's the treatment you want.
Oh my god, D&D group therapy.
Kassarin.
Yeah, yes, I'm looking at you.
Your mother wants you to visit.
I do. Yes. It's been a long time. And I would like to reconnect with my daughter.
Okay. Well, we do have a place in the city to stay now, so...
Good.
Other than even here, so we can make that happen. And I am on some sort of work release program, it seems. Have a chance to maybe make something good of myself and work off my debt to society. So I also don't necessarily have to be so careful around the city anymore.
You travel alone, the two of you, or what do you do?
No.
Friends?
Yeah, I have some, for the most part, friends that I've made while we're traveling.
Toxic.
If you and your friends are maybe looking for a job, I know Haran is looking for a group of people to go fetch an item for him. He pays well.
I remember. I think there's something we have to sort out first, but I will run it by them. And maybe, who knows, we'll be back sooner.
Yeah, pretty sure there's a 3,000 gold reward on whoever fills this contract.
We're doing it.
Everyone dies. Just fucking
so, like I said, if you need the money, talk to Haran. You'll find him in his shop during the day and here at night.
Okay, I will tell the group, and I definitely know some of them will be interested, but there is one friend in particular that I really think needs our help first, and it's kind of up to him.
All right. Thank you for coming by, and I hope to see you both soon.
Oh, and as we're leaving, I'm also going to explain to her how the Ring of Alarm works and tell her that I gave it to Raigel.
She told me you'd given her a ring. That's good to know. Thank you. Alright. And with that, as you guys leave, is there anything Matchroom wants to say, as I'm kind of looking for a way to wrap up the session since Matchroom is going to not be here anymore?
Yeah.
Next week.
So I guess Kassarin and Raigel and Matchroom like have a quick like temporary goodbye, like see you soon.
It's a now that you know everything and I'm around, like I'll be around, I'll be visiting, you'll see me soon kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
When we get outside the gates, Kassarin or Matchroom is gonna stop Kassarin from continuing back to the group. So, Kassarin.
Don't think I'm not still a little annoyed at you disappearing like that.
I have some business that I have to take care of, and I'm not going back to the hideout.
Well, right now, okay, but eventually.
I will be coming back.
Okay, just
but I'm not going
sure.
back right now.
Okay, that's fine.
So, I guess some parting words. You can tell Aberan the shiny guy. That
Shiny guy, dude.
I very much appreciate his efforts in taking all of the Ooleth attention in that fight that we were just a part of. Wish your giant friend luck in trying to get his
problem
God.
taken care of.
problem taken care of. The quiet one, but she hits hard.
The quiet one, okay, dude.
Well, to be fair,
She's been
Axalis
quiet when
hasn't-
Matrum's around.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, she hasn't talked a lot about.
funny.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Soko. You're ruining the moment.
I think that she looks to you as someone who she can really trust. And I don't know the whole story there, but it seems like the two of you have a very strong bond, so look after her. Your gunslinger friend, I know that the two of you don't get along the greatest, but he's a bit of a leader, and I think that he makes the right call sometimes, so don't lose all your faith in him just yet. And for Nakul, do everything in your power to protect him. It's partially my fault that a lot of this has happened, and I don't want to see him in the ground. For you specifically, and then he'll go in and he'll kiss her. And it's a good one, okay? Like in my head I rolled a natural 20.
In head rolls out 20, outside the game rolled nat 4.
I'm glad that things happened the way that they did, and that I'm also not in the ground.
Could you imagine having killed Matchroom?
I've had more fun in the last 2.5, 3 weeks than I have in a very long time, and you are the reason that is happening. I love you, and this is not goodbye, but I do have something that I need to take care of.
Well, I get it. Can't say it doesn't suck. To get to find you again after all these years and have to leave.
And with that, we say goodbye to James. We're playing Matchroom for the time being. Thank you so much for wanting to take up this role, dude.
Yeah. Legend, bro.
You better fucking come back.
Time to have you
What
on.
a
It's been
boy.
great to play D&D with you. For the
Finally
past
got rid of him,
sessions.
guys.
Fuck it, we'll get rid of you now.
Looking forward
And not
to
by
having you
killing
back.
him.
Looking
Yeah.
forward to having you back on this Matchroom down the line. It's
Laura,
been fun.
you're like breaking my heart, right?
And before
So-
he goes back to the cult, he's conned us, guys.
Again, so my idea for Matchroom is that he's gonna like leave the city and go fetch the money that he's owed from that goblin that he made the deal with, and then he'll most likely be coming back to the hideout. And that Kisaren has his blue robe as like a memento.
That's good. We'll have we'll be in DMs to see if like there's a lot of guests that want to join, so
Yep.
you know, but when the time comes to have Matchroom back on, we'll definitely be in talks to see if we can get you back, because there's been a lot of fun just having you play that part. Having to have that integral of a character as an NPC would just not feel right. So I'm glad that you were down to take up that role.
Yeah.
I've played a lot of D&D in the past, and very little of it has been like very story centric. Like the people that I played with were all just like, yeah, combat all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually really enjoyed the storytelling, and it's
Thank
so well done. It's really
Thanks,
really
man.
good.
Appreciate it. I try my best.
And like
it's
I,
not-
I also
it also does not help that my girlfriend is like bawling her eyes out, and I can't do anything about it until tomorrow.
Like, it's not just me that does the storytelling, right? Like, I give you guys the fucking like platform, and you guys take
we
it
fuck
to
it
the next
up.
Oh,
level, right?
Yeah, we fucking we took that shit down like,
Not
fuck your
all the
story.
time.
And we have wrestle arm competitions.
Those are integral to the plot. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wrestle-arm is banned. Fuck that game.
Can we wrestle on with Rios?
And especially now, like I've given you a lot of like just potential things to do now, and I'm curious and excited to see what you guys go next.
Oh, I'm gonna be messaging you something right after.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
Can Payload be my new
Yeah, it's been a
daddy?
pleasure having you on, James, and I'm already looking forward to the next time to have you on, bro.
Yeah, like
It
definitely.
was a lot of fun. So thank you for the invite.
Definitely would be a little less like IRL sad than this happening. If it was like I'm saying bye to Dutch pretending to be in love with Dutch as opposed to like IRL boyfriend. So
You are in love with Dutch. What do you mean?
Aren't we all?
I remember
Fort Town.
I remember it at one point. No, it's been great, man. I fucking love playing D&D, and this fucking campaign has been nutty so far, and I'm so excited to just fucking see what comes next. It's insane. I'm just glad to have a platform where I can share my weird fucking fantasy that lives in my head of just these characters. Watch out.
And
These
thanks to everyone else
characters-
too for I know today was obviously very like us centric.
It
So
was.
for being
Yeah.
like
No,
Octanus didn't get to like say much or anything. So thank you guys because
Yeah,
obviously it's like
Octanus-
everyone will get
Octanus
their.
already had her fucking story.
Yeah, she's had a fucking spotlight. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, even
Just
like
firewall, man.
and like
Wait,
Aberran
it's the
didn't do
Rock's
much this
turn.
episode.
when's the
and
Rock's
stuff, you know. Like,
You know,
I want
the
500
amazing-
gold. What do you mean?
oh, true.
The amazing thing about my spotlight is it just steals parts of everyone else's.
Yeah, which is fucking crazy.
Yeah, we just work yours in, you know, like
Yeah.
casually. Because I was referring to you, by the way,
Just over at the light. Just
when
like,
when
excited to
when I was
see-
like, I have a friend I want to help out first before I go see Regal. That's Tremaris. Because
I
I'm
just
scared
realized
for him.
why I think that
Weird.
your storytelling is so well done, and it's very reminiscent to me about One Piece, because in One Piece there are like tidbits of info always dropped in almost every episode that culminate into world building, and usually you make it so that everyone kind of has an important or relatively important moment in each campaign
That's
or
what I
each
try.
episode.
That's what I try. Whenever
So-
whenever a
Buying
certain
a hat.
character
Fucking
has like,
weed.
the bigger.
Okay, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Like whenever
Look what Discord they
Weeble.
made.
I think it's important to have even when there's like it's just this like chapter dedicated to Kassarin or Octanus like we've had before. I think it's important to make sure that the other players and their characters know that they also still matter.
Of course.
So like have them have like little brief tidbits in there as well that like voices the fact that they also still have a part to play in this story. I think that's important.
Yeah.
I really think that's important. So yeah, that's what I try. I try my best to make sure that also, like, even though we have a very Kassarin and Matrim heavy plot going on, or had, I guess, 'cause that chapter
Which
now
is now
closed.
over for now.
Closed.
Goodbye, Spotlight.
I think it's important that for Tremaris with like his pact,
Back
with
to
his,
Octanus.
with his deal, and Nicole who has this pendant. And
It's
also
not a
has its
fan.
thing, and Naronk wanting to really chase after Death Song, and Aberran having his moments. I think it's important to have like everybody, even though like the plot can be very like leaning towards one person, but I think it's important to have everyone still have their.
Well, yeah,
moments
because
as
the
well.
stories are intertwined.
I'm just selfish.
Not
Fuck
really.
your hat, I'm gonna
and
buy
I'm
it
really
on
excited
feet.
for you to finally show you like.
Oh,
Nicole's
dude, they're
true
gonna be
colors,
fucking.
you know?
Everyone's gonna be freaking. It's gonna be great.
I had such a big decision today of like, do I fucking try and find out more about Naronk or do I do the right thing?
I'm very proud of you,
Right thing.
Nicole.
Good job,
I'm
buddy.
I'm very
I was
proud
just
of
like,
you.
I was like,
You should
do
have
I
given it
just-
all to Naronk to pay him for
Oh,
information.
Naronk, it would have been a lot. It'd
So,
been
yeah,
like over half.
to stress one
God.
more time, next week,
Yes.
Dungeons Luck will be on my channel,
Yes.
so that I can really try and get viewer interaction a little more going with like extensions and all that shit, which is just a lot easier if it's being done on my channel, because that way.
Because you're the DM, so you can put the shit in there. Yeah.
And then you can blast Witcher music in your headphones.
I'm still gonna play my own music just because it helps me get in the like thing. But
I tend to do it too, but today I didn't.
by the
because
way,
there was so much
apologies
going
to anyone watching. The music seemed janky today. I only opened all my playlists I normally use as we started stream and realized someone's deleted half the videos that I use on every playlist. Like
Oh,
I guess they were
fuck
all by
yeah,
the
dude.
same user,
Love
so
that.
they've all
Fog.
just gone away.
on.
Yeah.
With
So-
that said,
Can we host Daft if we're done?
We sure can,
Because Daft
but-
Brit is a legend.
for Dungeon Discourse, right?
remember gift for
Like
watching.
James, I really want you on Dungeon Discourse at least once. So like, is there any day this evening this coming week where you might have like an hour to spare?
Our evenings, yes, not your
Oh, yeah.
evenings. That's the
Mm.
problem.
So,
Like a Saturday, like it's Saturday afternoon or something maybe, like where where it's just I don't know.
weekends are weekends are so much easier for me. Like in the week, it's because like I'm up at 7 and I'm usually not home until like 7 or 8 at night, right?
If you wanted to do it Saturday, we could always start sellouts a bit earlier and get done before that.
Yeah, and then like Saturday evening for me / afternoon for James, we can have James on. Yeah, so like think if you can do like next Saturday, just say like this starting time, like just
Yeah, I'll look at my schedule and I'll figure it out.
That'd be great because I would love to just have you on as
Sure.
on the behind the scenes show and just have a little chat about D&D and just everything.
Yeah, I would love to because I have a lot that I would like to say about almost like every single thing that's happened in the campaign so far.
Yeah, which is good.
And I'm really intrigued to
so-
see what you've done with the character I like barely started writing just in a story, and then how you changed
Yeah,
him.
there's a
and,
lot
like,
to talk about with
yeah.
Matcham because like it's there's a lot.
I mean, it's
And
been
then
a good
also,
long
like, who
episodes
else?
too.
Like, ideally, I'd have I'd have Laura,
Laura,
and James on. I don't know if that's like doable.
It's doable for me that Saturday.
It just depends on the time, right? Like I gotta look at my schedule, and if it works out time wise, we could
Alright.
potentially even have 3 people because I could go to Laura's.
Ooh.
Yeah, and then have someone else in the other camera.
Okay, yeah, we'll have a little chat about
We'll
that.
see. We can talk about it.
And I'll announce when and what's happening for Dungeon Discourse sometime this week then.
Cool.
All right, cool. With that said, I really gotta pee, so
What a
y'all
surprise!
later.
All right, I'm gonna go host
Thanks
Daft.
for watching as every week, and I'll see you guys fucking next week on my channel, I guess.
Yeah,
'cause I
so
have
on
to
our
do
regular day, but on Dutch's channel.
yeah,
on
every
Sun-
Sunday 8 p.m. CET, baby, 2 p.m.
I mean,
East.
Hi, Duke.
You'll see most of them
Yes,
tomorrow.
Duke Dab is
Smile.
best dab.
All right, go to throw this host. Bye, guys. And thank you, any raiders that are still here who came in with the Nova Moon raid. You guys were great. Hope you had fun. See y'all later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Daft host has happened.
Yeah,
I really
if that's
got
the way.
pissed, so thanks for playing, guys. James, thanks for being here.